Congratulations Realm of Russ on being the first, now 3 times undefeated. You're the best, or at least, the fastest. Nice try Azuren, but Realm of Russ beat you to it. Congratulations on second place. Azure Ren just resubscribed to the channel. Thanks for your continued support, Azure
Good evening,
Ren.
everybody. Thank you for the resubscribe, Azure Ren. How are we all this evening? We are back in Satisfactory in VR. My name is Dortimer. I have too many hobbies, of which Satisfactory is one addiction, VR is another. I'm also a game modder, I suppose you could say. I created this VR mod for Satisfactory, but outside of these hobbies, I also play the bass guitar, I play a bit of keyboard and drums. I'm also into home automation and home hosted services and a bunch of other things. I have too many hobbies. But tonight, we are back on Massage 2ABB, and I'm excited because we finally finished Phase 3 of Satisfactory. You might call it the halfway point, but probably not, because there's a heck of a lot to do in Phase 4 and 5. Top Dionx, yes, sorry, you missed me pulling the big lever and hurting my back as we looked up as the elevator was expanded, but we haven't done anything since then. We have not unlocked anything. Tonight is going to be a night of unlocks, and also we are going to be working on some Aluminium Production. I can't remember who went on. I'm excited. It's just a memory in the back of my head. The stockpot on YouTube for home automation. There's a stockpot home automation? I don't know about that. Anyway, let's kick off. We have just started Phase 4. So, as you can see, once it loads in, we have a whole new set of project parts for Phase 4. And those numbers are a lot smaller than they were before release 1.0. But those are our ultimate goals, but we're going to completely ignore those because there's a whole pile of little factories we need to do leading up to that. What's his channel name? No, I haven't. That name does not ring a bell as far as home automation goes. So we are going to come across to our hub, and we now have tier 6 and 7 unlocked. Now, as a recap, we didn't bother unlocking jump pads. I haven't really needed them. More controversial, we have not unlocked petroleum power. We are still running on coal power from tier 2, and I have avoided fuel power because fuel power leads to rocket fuel, which leads to easy mode. And this playthrough, we're doing nuclear eventually. Tier 6 we have finished. Tier 7 is where the fun begins. This is kind of the prerequisite to everything. We need to do bauxite refinement. So we will need all of these things, of which we have tons in our depot. This I am looking forward to, but we cannot unlock this until we have some sheets. But you know what? I might have some sheets downstairs brought in by the doggos. We might just be able to pop that straight away. Logistics Mark 5, similar. We need some sheets. We might have some. But other than that, this is going to be the main focus tonight. We also need a pile of recipes, but let's pop this first. And I'm going to need 100, 100, 250, 500. I'm going to completely forget that in the next 30 seconds. With some computers, right? I think it was 100 computers. 100 heavy modular frames. That's the super good. It's confusing me. What were the other things? Anyone remember? It was rubber. I think it was rubber. And I can't remember what else it was. Ryuga, good evening. Lacris, hello, how's it going? Still no Pico update for golf? What? Outrage. Rough. Okay. What was the one I forgot? I forgot motors, 250 motors. Okay, that's going to take some inventory space. And the rubber. Okay, so let's clear this out. So just long press the old A button. We'll just pop those right in. And now we need 250 motors. So I'm not going to bother with the 10. Do we even have 250 in the depot? This is a good question, because I think they stack to 50. No, we don't. That's annoying. We could pop over to the steel factory and grab some. That might actually be faster than waiting for the depot, because the depot is still slow mode. Unless I got some motors downstairs. Let me just check. We only need 40. While I'm here, though... Ooh, okay. Yes, we have 157 alclad sheets. So we can do the first and most important update, but we won't have enough to do the second update. We'll have to actually produce them for that. I think it was the hazard suit took the casings, but I won't bother with that just yet. Are there any motors around here? Now, one thing is we're going to use a bunch of alt recipes. So now that we've unlocked the next tier, we should start crunching some hard drives because we're going to need to unlock a whole pile of alt recipes as quickly as possible. So let's get that ticking straight away. And we might need to pick up a few more. Hopefully 6 will get us what we need, because we need a whole pile of aluminium related ones, which are not there by default. So if you don't know, the different alternate recipes become available as you unlock the tiers and the milestones, and it's best to unlock as much as you can when you hit a milestone rather than leaving it up to the end. If you leave it up to the end, it's just going to be so many alt recipes you'll never get what you want. So you want to unlock as many as possible as quickly as possible. Sounds like Pico is the issue. That sucks. Stupid Pico. This is one reason why I'm moving towards Steam VR, even though I have a wireless standalone headset. It means that I can swap out a different headset, and I know Steam VR is always going to be there for me. Vikaruga says, I've managed to find the chain of events to export the models of everything Satisfactory so I can 3D print them. Ooh, cool. You did a water pump for your pond. That is awesome. Zurin, I might actually be interested in that. I might be interested in some too. I'll have to have a think about that. I have exported a few models before because I've trying to get Calcifer to do some blender posing for me. I think he helped me with the original Bean logo with the VR headset on it. I need more as well. Now, I'm getting motors, but I should have checked what the hover pack needed as well. Maybe we just grab a whole pile of motors. Hover pack sounds like it's something that would take motors, right? So here we are in the Blue Crater. We have our plastics and rubber factory over there, which we recently expanded. We have our original steel production here, which is a modest factory that's just producing enough to go into the depot for building parts and things like that. It's not supplying to any other factory. We will come in here where all our parts are being sorted, and let's just grab all the motors, I think. What can we get rid of? Get rid of that. I think that's enough motors. I'm just trying to think what else it might hit us with. Never have too many beams. I still haven't used those 3 power shards. Okay. Let's hope that's enough motors. Ruga sent us photos, just don't want to deal with the ball hunt again. Yeah. At least the ball hunt on the new map is pretty easy. Like there weren't any that were particularly hard. It was a pretty easy hunt, all things said. Very nice, colourful map. Good intro map if you're new to the game. We're talking about Walkabout Mini Golf here. They released a map a bit over a week ago, I think it was, which is called Blockhaven, which is all made up of like kids building blocks. And so it is a very colourful, very geometric map and course. Lots of straight lines, and straight lines in mini golf is good. This is where I find out this crate is full of motors. Wouldn't be surprised. Press the button! Oh, we're gonna have to wait, aren't we, for the next one?
Milestone reached. Bauxite
Been a while
is
since we've
refined
seen this
into
go off.
aluminum products via a multi-step process. Considering your past achievements, you should have the minimum required skill to overcome these new production challenges. If it helps, many others have done this before, so if you fail, someone else will eventually succeed.
Can be pretty cool. Oh, you mean, oh yeah, sorry, Russ, you're getting as if you have to switch platforms, you'd have to start the whole damn ball hunt again. Yes, as someone who's done that recently, I only had a few courses before, so it wasn't too bad for me. But I can imagine that having to do that all again would be bad. Okay, we did need another 250 motors. I was right in my suspicion. We need another 100 computers and 100 frames. But we're going to have to wait for the other one to come back. So computers, that's already refilled with computers actually. So I can't fill it in until the other pod comes back. I can select it. Hang on, I can fill it? Oh, I think I can fill it. No? Oh, I need to wait 8 minutes. Right, okay. I'm just going to shove these motors in here. So I can get out... another 100 computers and another heavy modular frame. And this is the good thing is, like, if you've automated all these other products in the previous phase, unlocking most of the next tier is pretty straightforward. But most of the unlocks will need aluminium, so that is why we're going to build an aluminium factory today. What else did it need? It needed the sheets, which we've got, and the motors, which are in the crate. Okay, so we should be set to go in 7.5 minutes. How's our first hard drive going? 4 minutes. Okay, this is probably a good time to show you the plan to automate aluminium. So let me just press some buttons here and switch to my browser. And I'm just going to take the headset off. Now I've preloaded up here the default aluminium recipes to show you the plan. And this is a bit laggy because this is running on my streaming PC in the background. And my VR controllers are playing havoc. Let me just take them off entirely and point them away. That's better. Okay. Much better. Okay, so this is your basic aluminium setup. And I've set a target for 300 aluminium ingots per minute. So this is not an entire factory. I'm kind of looking at blueprinting this, how we can break this down into manageable blueprints that we can then repeat. So 300 is like the initial single stack. We need 300 bauxite, 150 coal, and 150 quartz. Now, there's a really good spot for this on the map, and that's where we build our computer factory. So we're not building aluminium there. We also built a motor factory on top of the other coal that's near that aluminium. We could go into the pink forest, but coal, I think, is hard to get up there, and quartz and things are just so far away. And also, once we have the aluminium ingots, we will need to make the actual products. And if you look at the products, they will need copper. So we need a place that also has copper near it. So this is like the basic one, but I'm not going to use coal and I'm not going to use quartz. So we're going to use a bunch of alternate recipes. So the first one we're going to use is pure aluminium ingot. Now this is basically the basic recipe. You have to use silica, which is the quartz. The pure aluminium ingot, if I change to that, we've got rid of the silica, but now it needs more bauxite. And this solution recipe here also produces silica. So let's change that recipe. And instead of alumina solution, let's go with sloppy alumina. So if we look at alumina solution is bauxite and water to make solution and silica. This is bauxite and water, just makes solution. So there's no silica byproduct, which makes it simpler. And our bauxite requirement has dropped down to 333. So still not quite as efficient as the basic recipe, but better and much simpler. Now let's look at the scrap, and I'm actually not going to use coal. I'm going to use this electrode aluminium scrap, which uses petroleum coke, which comes from oil. So basically, instead of using coal, we're going to go to a place that has oil, which I have done in one other playthrough before, and it worked well, but usually you use the coal. Let's go with that one. And let's just turn off that one because I'm not going to go with it. So this is better. We're back to 300 per minute bauxite. Now, if you wanted to go super efficient, you could have stayed on the original aluminium ingot. And then you could get this down to less bauxite. Why has that changed? I just want sloppy alumina, thanks. But that so you get it down to 225 to 300, but that requires a whole bunch of quartz, so I'm not doing that. Give me it pure. Not quite as efficient, but much simpler. And lastly, the coke, by default you get this from the rubber recipe, but we actually have a better recipe. We actually already have unlocked the heavy oil residue alternate recipe. So this is basically what we end up with, which I already have set up in another factory over here. Here. So this is what we're going to be building. Now, I've called this an aluminium blueprint. I'm going to actually make it into 3 blueprints, which will be stackable. I have a different build style that I'm going to experiment with today. I know I've been building vertically to up to here, but I'm going to be building a different style of vertical stack, as you'll see, hopefully. So this is the first layer to it, which is basically taking in your oil and making the coke. This is the second step. Here we'll stick a shard in the sloppy alumina, so this will be 3 refineries. And this will just be a slab of 10 smelters. I don't like smelters, but you know, we'll bury them and just put them all together in a big munch. So all we need is bauxite, a bit of water, and a bit of crude oil. That's it for this part. And then, as I mentioned, we are going to make some products out of this. I put this in a separate one just so the other one is kind of a standalone blueprint. So this one, we could either use tempered copper ingot, or we might just go with like standard copper to keep it simple. So this is our 300 aluminium ingot, and we can make 120 sheets and 120 casings. We're going to have to change these numbers later on as we get other factories, but this is kind of like a base. This is what we're going to make to shove in the depot as sort of a basic building materials going on further on. And then later on, we will expand it to whatever we need for the factories down the line. This will be tons for our hand building. So that's the plan. And depending on how quickly we get this, because we need a lot of alternate recipes here. We need, let me switch back. We need sloppy alumina, we need electro-aluminium scrap, and we need pure aluminium ingot. So we need 3 aluminium related alternate recipes. We've already got the heavy oil residue. So that's going to be the goal. Okay. Hey there, ATAF83, ATAF83, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Hopefully we won't get eaten by stingers as we cross the world, because there's going to be a bit of travelling in this session. We are going a long way from our East Coast bases as they are currently. Okay, just putting the headset back on. Actually, I'm going to take a swig of water while I'm naked. Okay, headset back on. Who did that? I can't see the chat because I'm still setting up the headset, but don't make me panic. It's too early for that. Okay, and I just hear in the background the ship returning, so that is excellent timing. I'm going to close this browser because I need all the frames per second back I can. Okay, my floor height is a little odd. That's a bit weird. Let me just reset and put those control windows behind. And that chat's behind. It was Azuren, as always. First time seeing this website, looks amazing. Thanks, ATEF, welcome. This is a Satisfactory in VR using a VR mod. Getting warmed up to scare me. Well, I don't know if we're going to have much power. How's our hard drive going? We have finished the first hard drive. I can't remember if it puts them at the bottom or the top. Either way, that is not what we need. So let's set the next one going. And let's go unlock a hover pack. Right, hover pack, waiting for resources, heavy frames, computers. Now, as I said, these sheets, aluminium sheets, I'm not sure how many were from doggos and how many from crash sites. I don't have a huge amount, so they might have been more from crash sites than doggos. Doggos are a bit picky in what they do and do not give you. There we go. Yes!
Milestone reached. The hover pack draws energy from nearby power connections, and so can only be used in their vicinity. It provides an excellent vantage point of your work, which you clearly need. Otherwise, you would have optimized that.
Yes, otherwise I would have, especially all these vertical builds I keep doing. So ATAP, you saw I one planner that I use there, which is called Satisfactory Logistics website. And that's usually my early planning tool. I do also use Satisfactory Modeler to kind of lay out the more nitty-gritty part of a build. Actually, let me show you the modeler plan. I'm pretty sure I put this in Modeler already. Let me just change focus. So Satisfactory Modeler is a desktop tool. And it's a little clunky, but it is very powerful. Nope, that's my nuclear power experiment. Ignore that. We're a couple of weeks away from that still. Aluminium, Alumina works. Here we go. This is the plan. So this was the blueprint I was talking about. So if I look at this, we have basically, this is one blueprint here with the 2 refineries. This is another blueprint here with 3 refineries, and then we're going to have 10 smelters there. So this blueprint, once we need more materials later on, so, you know, if I take that out, so it's open-ended, if we need like a whole pile more sheets, you know, maybe we double this and go to 8, or maybe we need 20 of these. So to make 600 sheets, we'd need 2.6 of that blueprint, which is still not much, really. But we're just going to start with 1. So we're going to start with the planning, the build, and we're going to get this production online so that we can start getting some resources to unlock all the other milestones. And I have a cursor. Let me get rid of that cursor. Be gone, cursor. Oops, wrong button. Why do I have that button? There we go. How do I split uneven in the modeler? So in the modeler, there's a priority splitter, which is a smart splitter, I think, basically. So the smart splitter, the way I had it there, it was just filling in as much as it could with the maximum amount. But you can control it using a smart splitter in Satisfactory Modeler. Okay, so this is going to take a while. I need to make a hover pack. Do I have all the materials? I should do. Yes, I do. Oh, look, it takes aluminium sheets, and luckily I have just enough. Ah. At last. Hover pack. Look. Vertical stability, yay! As long as I'm within range of power somewhere. There's quite a few power things around here. This will help the builds immensely. Okay, so we are waiting for hard drives, so let's get started with building the blueprints. Oh, thank you. This is basically, there's a natural lake here, and then I use the concrete around it to kind of set up a water fun park for my doggos. I need to add a bit of color and put in a water slide for them. But at the moment there's a sequence of pools, and I'm about to run out of power. Oh no, I'm just come in range of power there. So they like to go for a swim, and as do the beans. Okay, the hover pack is not necessarily as fast as the jetpack, but it is a lot more stable for building. Now, we are starting a new build. This is going to be a vertical stack, and it's going to be sort of made as a standalone structure per blueprint. Normally I shove my blueprints in a box and call it a factory, but this is going to be sort of a standalone silo style. I saw a Reddit post of someone doing a similar style using for coal power, and it looked really cool. Now mine's probably not going to look as cool as theirs, but I like the concept, so I'm going to try it out. So we're going to start with, I'm actually going to change away from coated concrete. I'm just going to go with normal concrete. A bit more of a rougher finish. This is not going to be quite as shiny a finish on this one. And I'll put 4 corners just to give me some spacing. Now, ideally, this would be brought in a bit to give me a bit of space around the edge. I do not know if I can fit everything I want to fit if I bring it all the way in though. I might start with 3 refineries. Let's see how 3 refineries looks. Can I fit 3 refineries in this space with it looking at least reasonable? I suspect I'm going to have to move these out a bit to fit 3 refineries in here though, because I do want a walkway between the refineries. So, I mean, this hanging out the side is actually possibly okay. Actually, I might do it from the front. Yeah, that's not going to leave enough room for me to have a walkway in the middle. Because basically a walkway needs to be that wide. I mean, if I bring it all the way out, I also wanted a walkway around the edge. Tell you what, let's go with... I'm going to bring it out to there, so we've got a bit more space, and I'm going to work with that. This is like early part of the blueprint, so there's going to be some balling of ideas and trying out of concepts. Because I probably could have a walkway sort of out, lined up with the edge of that. I think that's okay. Which bit looks cooler? Ooh, this is the thing, because this is actually going to be exposed, this bit. You know what? I probably don't want it there. I probably do want to move it back. Or do I? That's right on the edge. And that's not right on the edge. Okay, so already I've stuffed up the placement. Let's go there. Oh, no, I'm changing my mind again. You know, if I do it kind of in the right place, I can always just rebuild the blueprint slightly offset. As long as I have the internal spacing of this bit right, I can change it later. So... do I need that much space? Yes. Because basically I want enough space so that I can fit this style walkway through here. There's a hard drive beep. Okay, so that's enough space through there. Now, I can't pick the recipes yet because we haven't unlocked them. Or have we? Ah, it is down the bottom, it puts it. Well, either way, that's not useful. And that's not useful. I hope I get the recipes I need. I mean, we may end up doing some hard drive hunting later in this episode. Now we will be recycling our water. We are not going to be doing any wastewater treatment. We are making maximum use of it and recycling it, and it is going to work perfectly fine. I just realized this probably needs to be up higher. I mean, we could start with the basic. Are we missing a recipe? Because where's the one that takes the bauxite in that makes the alumina solution? That is a refinery recipe. Oh, that's showing the outputs. Okay, this is it. Okay. 120 alumina solution out. And this was 240 in. Okay, so it is the other way around in that this one needs to be... I'm picking the base recipes, but we're going to change them. So this will be the alumina solution. And this will be the scrap. So the scrap out of this is going to be 360 a minute. So there's going to be a lot of output out of this. It is going to need to go up a level. So this pipe actually needs to move out a bit to give us at least some more room to get the output out. Because the others can feed from below, that's fine. Because basically this will be coming up here to the blueprint above, which will be all our smelters. This is wrong. Okay, that is the water feedback in. Yes, okay, see the alumina solution comes out this end. 120, 120, and comes into here 240. Again, I'm mostly just spitballing this up until the point we get the right recipes. Oh, no, yes, okay, it'll work out. Now the trick is we need to feed water into this in a way that we have a priority junction such that the water loop does not back up and clog. And that will come a bit later in the design. I'm just going to make this a temporary one. I'm just going to call it Alum 2. I'm going to sort of switch between the different blueprints here, back and forth. Might as well give it an icon. So that's the middle. But basically going to keep the outer corners and now redo it for the bottom layer. So we need 2 refineries. I kind of want the smokestack on the outside of both, or maybe both the one way. Now this will take in the oil, so there's oil coming into this. I kind of want it sideways though. I have a vision in my head. I'm not just kind of, well, I am kind of making this up, but I'm not making it up completely blindly. There is an ideal going on here. So this is heavy oil residue. And the output of this, which is the heavy oil residue, will feed into here and make petroleum coke. Easy, done. Other than, you know, the whole we need to have an outflow and all that kind of stuff. But at its core, this is the oil input. Polymer resin that needs to go to a sink, and our coke comes out. Now our coke comes out of here and needs to feed up to the next level. But most of this is going to be blocked away behind a wall. Just turn my flashlight on. Okay, heavy oil residue is going to be input from the bottom here. Oh, that actually kind of fits kind of neatly. I have a feeling I'm going to redo that in the future. How's that hard drive going? Is it finished already? Oh, look, good timing. 30 seconds to go. Okay. Now, I kind of am thinking, because of the nature of this vertical factory and the way it's all linked together, I need... How can I do this so it's nudged at the right height? Okay, that is exactly lined up. And that is the next height up. Should make this a permanent fixture. Okay, hard drive finished. Did we have any luck? Yes, sloppy alumina. There's our first one. Now, I'm not picking this now immediately because if I do, it's going to put aluminium rod back in the pool, and I don't want it to do that quite yet. So by not picking now, it takes both of those out of the random pool, which gives me a better chance of getting the right one next. Did that make sense? Did that make sense to people who didn't know that before? Maybe we should have left a little room to put lights in. Oh, that would have been good. I wonder if I can fit lights under there. Although lights I found are a bit buggy in VR. Oh, it doesn't attach directly into the bottom of the blueprint maker. Yeah. Sure, we can fudge it. Okay, it's not going to let me fudge that. That just went diagonally. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Probably should have rotated that one. Let's do the one over the other side first. No, no, no! Damn it. Stupid diagonal nudge. I'm gonna keep the cursors. No, it's already started to do it. I cannot do it. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to delete this. I'll rebuild it after. Doesn't actually quite line up. Come on, let me rotate, please. Thank you. Is that going to clip with Blueprint Maker? Probably is better if I do have some kind of floor for it to sit on. I wonder if that power line going to there is a load-bearing power line or factory-bearing power line. See, the other advantage of having this power around the edge like this is it gives the hover pack a power source for me to connect to when I am building. Assuming it's actually all connected up to power somewhere, that would be useful. Hey, look, lights! I should put a light. I should put a light control in there. Now it's going to be blindingly light the entire time. Now this I need to save as a different blueprint. Yeah, see the dodgy shadows from the lighting? That's probably going to annoy me. This one is Coke. Okay, so we haven't picked the recipes yet, we're still researching, but the output of this is up the back here. This 120 coke needs to come in to probably the back. Coal, okay, goes into the back
Top
of this
Dion
one.
X just hit a 15 stream watch streak. That's
Dion
impressive
X,
dedication.
welcome.
Got the stream muted a bit, but it's good to be in phase 4.
It is great
Can't
to be
wait
in
for the
phase
next
4.
octagon build made for another frame, apparently.
No octagon builds planned right now, but we certainly could do more. Okay, so basically this here needs to come up into here, which actually is pretty close by. That was not really planned, but that works well. Let's just stick a lift there temporarily to say this is where it goes. Now, yeah, those shadows are not happy. Do they look terrible on the stream as well?
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
Okay,
Please
we've got
seek
an ad
shelter.
coming in. How's the hard drive going? A minute left to go. Please give me the right recipes. Now this silo factory is going to be 3 blueprints high, if not 4. But I'm not going to build 4 blueprint makers on top of each other. That would be silly. I might just run some power higher up though, because power higher heights will be useful when we need to fly up and do detail work up the top. Is this power point full? No, it's not. This is definitely a load-bearing power point. That's going to cross through the blueprint maker if I do it that way, so I will just bring one up from this side, I think. I heard a man go bleep. Okay. Whoa. It's been a while since I've been hovering. Yes! Electrode aluminium scrap. That is 2 of 3 recipes. Do we even need the 3rd one right now? It's probably best to keep researching while the hard drive pool is pretty full. And we didn't get the ones on the same one as well. Let me just check the plan. Which plan is... the model is a bit hard to read what recipes it is actually. I think these are just standard aluminium casings and standard plates, sheets. So in here, sloppy alumina, electrode aluminium scrap. Is that all we need? Oh, pure aluminum ingot. So we do still need this one to make our production easier, because if we don't have this, we'll require quartz. I think it was, and that would be a pain in the butt, since where we're building, we will have no quartz. So we still need that one more recipe. Now, inputs. We will need oil. There'll be water coming in. Maybe I'll make the oil higher. Then we also need bauxite. Which height do we want? And I think it's just bauxite. I mean, I was looking at the plan just then. What did it say? Yes, that's all we need. Bauxite, water, and oil. Easy. Yes, I know there's an ad break. I get it. I get it.
Propaganda. Seek shelter immediately.
Fine. Okay, we're going to take a short break. We will be back after these messages. Go have a drink. Go stretch your legs. Say hi to your mum for me. We'll be back shortly. Where's the button? The button's over here.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back. We are hanging out near home, near the blue crater, and we are working on an aluminium factory blueprint. We have finally reached phase 4. Hurrah! We are now trying to figure out the layout and logistics of this little factory, which has kind of 3 blueprints that make up its core. And I'm experimenting with a bit of a style that may or may not look good at the end. I might just put, if I have something that runs along here like this, yeah, I know it's not going to fit in the blueprint. Then if we put a, just making sure things are at the right height. Kind of looks about right. Why is that not connected? Straight mode, curve mode. I mean, default mode looks cursed, but oh well. I'm just checking heights. Okay, so that is actually higher than it needs to be. That's why it's cursed. So let's move that down. I can't at the moment. Okay, so the output will be at this height then. And I don't know where the output is going to be. Let's just shove it over this side. I was kind of thinking the inputs together over this side. Now I know there's water that's got to come in here as well. The water is going to be a special little snowflake. That can run along the top here, and then if this is up this high on top, then this would be the right height there. We've got 3 heights of our inputs and outputs, not counting water. Water is going to be special. Danish D, yes, hello, Satisfactory Factories. Hey Danish, how are you going? Now we said this was the bauxite input, and the bauxite input needs to go upstairs to the next blueprint. And it comes into this one and this one, so it needs to be split between them. Now we are going to change this recipe. This is not the recipe we're going with. That's a lot of bauxite. That's going to be the painful thing, is getting enough bauxite in. There are 2 pure nodes where we're going to build. So that which will allow us to make 8 of these using a 480 belt. I mean, we're going to unlock Mark 5 belts any second now. I mean, we've got to build the factory first. But, okay, that's like that. Now, I also wanted a doorway into this for maintenance. Maybe I need to change these alignments a bit. I mean, if I put it like, oops, not that door. Hey, change the door mode. Okay, just nudge it across because this pillar is going to be covering the end. I still might want to move them in a little bit. I'm not quite sure of the positioning of this. In fact, I think I do want to move them in. I think I do want to have them more centered. That should have been lower as well, shouldn't it? That's not where I wanted that. Doing all right. Lunch break at work. Ah, cool. Now, this bit here is going to be... Do I want the water to just run up the front? Maybe? I need to raise this up and put some logistics under it. But I'm going to save this one down here. Actually, did I hear a hard drive finish and I got distracted? That seems likely. That's what we need. That's the 3 recipes we need. We're done. Now I might as well research any more hard drives I've got now. Yeah, there's only one more. Let's do it. If there's any recipes left to pull, maybe we've got them all. Unable. Okay. So we were pretty much guaranteed to get the recipes we needed because that's all the recipes that are in the pool. So this is why it's good to research hard drives as soon as you unlock a tier, so that you're not trying to fish for that one recipe over and over and over again. Now, when I pick this recipe, aluminium rod's going to go back in the pool. And when I pick electrode scrap, alclad casing is going to go back in the pool. I did consider using this, but it's not really worth it, I don't think. Now that those 2 are back in the pool, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to research a hard drive right now. We're going to get those 2 recipes as a result of that hard drive. And then it can just sit there, we won't touch it, and they'll be out of the pool. So now we can actually start putting the right recipes in here. So we've got heavy oil residue, that's correct. Petroleum coke, that's correct. So here, instead of alumina solution, it is sloppy alumina, which means we do not need any quartz. Yes. Oh no, we don't get any quartz output. Yes. Oops, this one's gonna be the same. And this one, instead of aluminium scrap, which uses coal, we are using electrode scrap, which means we are using petroleum coke, which comes from oil, and it uses a tiny amount. So there we go. Those are the correct recipes. Now what I want to do is I want to clear this, but then I want to build it a little higher so that I can build the logistics into this. I'll stick to 4 meters. It's easier to go up higher later than it is to go down. Once you've got it in a higher position, that's it. You are sort of set on that. So now this, we have our aluminium scrap input. No, our coke input. And this is 60 per minute. So it's our coke from the bottom floor comes into there. Did I build this backwards? Gosh darn it. backwards. Look, the arrow's at the front, people. It's there for a reason. Tells you which way the front direction is. That's better. No. Dagnabbit, I gotta go up higher. Third time's the charm. Third time. We can do this. How hard can it be? Arrow forward. Nudge to the right place. Up. Or did that go diagonal? I think that went diagonal. Paranoid now. I'm going to build these bottom bits. Make sure they are in the right place. Yeah, that's right. Whoa, whoa, spin, spin. Okay, where were we? We were bringing the bauxite in here. And the bauxite is coming from that input down there, so it'll come up. It'll come up. Let's actually put a hole there, shall we? So let's put this wall here. This is half a square back. I don't know if I can put a hole on the ground right there. So it's lined up with that. You know what, that's going to be too squishy. I think I need to go across a bit either way. It's either there or one below it. This also needs to come out one if I have any hope in. That's off center. That's gonna merge with that. Moral dilemmas. How much do we let it snap, clip? I think it is actually lined up, so I possibly could. Oh, no, so that's going to be this high. Which means I could just raise the pipe up, and the pipe, that is possible. This is the water pipe, though, and the water pipe is fussy. It's going to be delicate. Yeah, nah, you know. I should really be just whacking down something that works and getting this stuff pumping so that I can get all the rest of the stuff unlocked. But you probably know by now that that's find it hard to just do that. Okay, that's a Mark III, which is 270, so that is enough to get bauxite split and going through there. This will need something to stand on. Is it the right height? Didn't actually want that top bit, thanks. .2, we can make that a T-piece rather than a cross piece. Okay, so... Okay. Let's move that hole out of the way. Excellent. Okay, so we do that. We can have that hole there. Actually, could we? No, that's not going to work. It has to be like that. Now this has to be a Mark IV, because this is lots and lots of bauxite coming up. You know, it would be actually easier if I just move that along so it lines up. Now, this is possibly the key, most important part of the aluminium process, because this outputs water, 105 per minute. This inputs water, 200 per minute, so 400 a minute. So 105 into 400. So we need to add more water, but if we just connect a pipe to here, it will back up and it will jam and the whole thing will come to a grinding halt because this will get clogged up. So we need a priority junction here. So to do that, it won't let me snap it. We need this pipe to come up higher than it otherwise would be and to feed it in from above. It might actually be too close to the wall. Let's go one of those. There. That will allow us to hopefully snap. Nope, we're snapping to different points entirely. Great. Have one on the other side. Yeah, that's going to be kind of... Yeah. Really? You won't let me snap that? It doesn't have to snap, it's approximate, but it would be nice if it actually lined up perfectly. I'd say noodle is usually the trustworthy one. So because this water is coming in from above, theoretically it should give priority to this feedback water and we should have no problem. Now, have I got the math right? 240 is 480. I got it wrong. What have I got wrong? Have I got this backwards? Oh, come on, people. Or per person? Me? What have I got wrong here? Ah, one's got to be overclocked. That's the problem. I thought those numbers were wrong. Look, it's 2 with the electrode aluminum scrap and 1.5 with the sloppy alumina. I've got it wrong. Right, gotta restart the whole stream. This means the water's going to be at the back. Unless we reverse everything. I am tempted to just move this around. And then pretend nothing happened. On a plus side, it makes getting the bauxite in here a lot easier. Nope, it's got to be the other way around. Electrode aluminum scrap. Electrode aluminum scrap. No, okay, so this is 100 water out. Actually, let's look at this. This takes a power shard. It is 150%. It outputs 360 alumina solution. This takes 180. This takes 180. That's much better math. Did I mention I've had a very crazy week and I'm really tired? I've also been like hankering to do this entire build since last week. Like, I've been very keenly looking forward to doing this now that we're in phase 4. So because it's 360, we need to use a Mark II belt pipe because a normal pipe will only be 300. So now we have 105 water out, another 105 water out, and this takes in 300 water. That is more like the math I was expecting. Now, theoretically, a 300 pipe should be enough to deliver 300 water. I'm tempted to upgrade it to a 600 though. So again, same thing. We've got wastewater coming out of these two. The wastewater feeds straight back into this one. And then the extra water that comes from the outside goes through this here. So this acts as a priority junction where it will take the water from the bottom pipe before it takes the water from the top pipes. So irrespective of how much water we try and shove into this thing, this should never clog up. And in my experience, that's how it works. This is how I've done this sort of build every single time. Actually, the very first factory I built was different and it had issues. But ever since then, I've done it this way. Now, the whole other benefit of doing this way is this is one water loop. I'm not building 15 machines and 30 machines and expecting them all to go together. This is one contained unit. And the feedback loop is only from 2 machines to 1 machine. Keep it as simple as possible and let gravity do the prioritization for you. Hope it works. So both of these are outputting 300 scrap, and we only have 480 belts. We will have better belts, but let's just stick to the Mark IV for now, and let's have these as two separate ones going up. This will be our bauxite that we can just have a lift straight from here. And, like, obviously, we will do this in 2 blueprints, but that exactly lines up. I'd even move it forward a little bit. So we can make a snug to that. We could even move this hose back, and that would solve our clipping problems as well. So let's actually do a small hole. Let's see if it lets me do one there. Oh, it will! It will! I'm gonna make it flush. 300 bauxite a minute, so we do need a Mark IV. So let's upgrade that from a Mark III to a Mark IV, because 270 will not cut it. So when we connect these blueprints together, we basically have a lift from that and drop it down to here.
I admire your optimism, Dippy VR, but you only get a participation award this time round. Realm of Russ was the winner. In fact, you were in position 9. Better luck next time.
Russ was the winner by like half a second. You should have heard the swearing from the other side of the house. Good-natured swearing. Okay, I'm just going to shove this down and hope it doesn't diagonal nudge, just to get an idea of where it comes out. Okay, that is actually going to hit our ladder there, so we might actually want to move it there after all. I mean, to be fair, Azurin does count to 5 first, because she does have an unfair advantage being in the house, but Russ is still lightning fast. Okay, again, Mark IV. I'm glad to let me put that hole there. I wonder if it's going to completely throw off the blueprint boundary and make clipping terrible. Okay, so now this. And I mean, it's obviously not good that that is clipping into the pipe, but I'm just doing this temporarily so we can get a little Mark IV belt to come out of there to connect to there. But I'm going to delete that because we don't need a support, because basically the lift will come down from above and it will snap on there. So that is one of the snap points that we need to do between blueprints. Another one is the water snap point that will need to snap to the water pipe there. And because that's out that far, I'm not going to move that pipe. I'm going to leave it there. Okay, so bauxite, oil, water. We've got all our 3 inputs. This bauxite connection here obviously needs to be a bit tidier. Now this is the thingy. Petroleum coke. So we do have 2 inputs of petroleum coke here. So we do need some kind of manifold here. I actually kind of like that nudging pillar trick to get an idea of where things will line up. This is assuming I don't change the layout. So that will technically come out there. Oh, if I bring it back 1 meter, it could directly plug into a splitter.
Dippy VR just hit a 30-stream watch streak. That's impressive dedication.
Cool.
Heck,
well
apparently.
Done. Indeed. That will need to be there. Except that's going to stuff up that connection. So I do think I do need to bring it across here. That should snap on nicely, like that. It's only 60 per minute, so we could get away with the Mark 1 belt, but I'm just going to leave it as a Mark 3. That's fine. Alumina solution, water. Okay, we've dealt with all that. So we'll chuck a hole on the ground because I kind of like that idea of having the attachment point ready to go. Is that there? Is that the right height? That is the right height. Interesting that it's kind of nudged into the machinery. I could have all of it lowered a meter. Maybe I should lower it a meter. It'd be a little neater if it was lowered a meter. Hey, that rhymes. Although we won't have quite the same stumpy lifts. Now that I've finally made it to phase 4, maybe I'll pull my finger out and actually model it so that the hand is gripping the hover track pack jets rather than them just floating handless. Still no news on 1.2 mods being ready. It is taking a while, and I do not know the details why. Okay. Now that I've rebuilt it 5 times, I think we've got it. Hey, look, Chris. Oh, look, Chris was here earlier saying hi to Dippy. Right. That's to there. So I think these are all wired correctly. Now again, I'm getting the layout right, but I'm not being too fussy about architecture at this point. So I'm just going to whack down some basic power. Yeah, maybe I'll stick it on a wall. Really ugly power that we will be forced to rebuild later. I just want to get this working and get some production going, and then we will deal with neat later on. Okay. That bit's done. Oh, this is... Let's give it a proper name. Aluminium scrap. Which is going to be completely useless without the lower blueprint and the upper blueprint. So I think I'm actually going to call this one Aluminium Coke. And I'll take that lift out, because it's another connection point. When we build the other one on top of this one, we build a thingy from the top one down. And yes, I know it's aluminum in the game. I'm in Australia. We say aluminium. So when I'm reading a product name, I usually stick with the product name, like Alumina sheets or something like that. But when I'm just talking generally, I tend to default to the Australian aluminium. What do I call this one? Coke. Which we are you and Chris again? Like, I think UK and most of Europe says aluminium, although this game is made in Sweden and it's all aluminum, so... AMD announced FSR 4.1 for your GPU, only took them years. Is it going to be any good though, Dippy? That's the question, and will it work under Linux? Yes, aluminium is correct. Tell the game that though. Denmark, cool. We have a beautiful country town in our state called Denmark as well. It's not at all confusing. I'm assuming you're referring to not in Australia though. Okay, so we've saved this one. So now we're going to do a blueprint shuffle. We're going to load the aluminium scrap at the bottom. Just this guy, hello, how's it going? Feel it will look better than FSR3? You'd hope so. Our queen is from Australia. so it's as good as Australian as you can be then. Right, so that is the second layer. Now we get to start on the third layer. Let's load. What was the simplest? I think that was... Because basically I want those corner pieces. It might just be easier if I manually build the corner pieces again, because it wasn't hard. All Australian place names are confusing, are they? Like Sydney? Melbourne? New South Wales? I mean, we do have some interesting town names, usually from local native names. Oh, we do have a Coburn here as well, aka Cockburn. Nudge is off by 90 degrees. It's very brain confusing. You live close to old South Wales. Ah. We do have some wild ones. trying to remember. Oh yes, down south we have Cowaramup. Cowaramup. Which has nothing to do with cows, but the little town has adopted the cow motif and they have cow statues everywhere. And they've gone full in on the cow motif. It's quite amusing. What am I doing? I am looking for loads and loads of smelters. Blueprints. Do I have an existing blueprint with lots of smelters? I don't think I quite have enough. 4 is not enough. How big does that look? Yeah, I think we can do squishier than that. This is the top, and I don't care how it looks. It's just going to be a block of concrete with smelters in it. And we need to fit. Let me check the plan. I think it was like 10, was it? 10 smelters. Can we fit 10 smelters in here without doing any overclocking? There's a Melbourne in Florida. Going to California on vacation in a couple of weeks. It's a village on the east coast of England. Oh. Yes, we have lots of uptowns. Okay. Production. Smelter. Now I should probably pay attention to where the scrap is coming from here and here. So... I could just do 2 rows. We can't have all the input together because there's just too much of it. So it's probably better to have a manifold on the outside. Hey, look, we can fit them in. You know what? I should probably pick the recipe so I don't have to hand put the recipe on. I can just clone it. We didn't actually pick it from here because we... Oh look, it's those 2 recipes that we put back in the pool. Pure aluminium ingot. So 5 is that many, and that fits in no problem. Even got a bit of a space around the outside. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this will be 300 output. So that will fit on a Mark IV belt, so we're fine for belts. So we need the input is coming from down below. So this one we probably should have left some room for some logistics underneath, but tough. Do I want to cram this in even smaller? As I said, I kind of want this to just be a concrete chunk. Although I also did kind of say that I'd have some space for walkway if preferable. So I think I can move these in a meter. Yeah. Unless I want to get into the arcane arts of half meter with machinery, but that could be dangerous. You know what? Having a hover pack makes it so much easier. Is there any counting? Hopefully it also gives a smoother watching experience for people too, as I don't bounce around like a jackrabbit constantly. There was another element I wanted to build into this factory, which is we do have resin. It's the wrong way around. Did I put these all backwards? Oh, I put them all backwards. Kind of need those all the way other way around. We need resin at the bottom that needs to be scrapped, so we need to put an awesome sink in this build to deal with the resin. And that'll probably go on top because they make cool headpieces, but they're also huge, so... There we go. I had it the wrong way around. Pack makes everything easier. One in real life would be interesting, although I'd really want it to be quite reliable. Okay, let's just curiosity see if we can cram an awesome sink above all this. Actually, we might be able to. Oh, look at that! Okay, we can even stick the aerial out the top a bit. Okay, so we can actually fit this in 3 blueprints. That's nice. I can also put the logistics on this level rather than the top level to save a bit of space there. So effectively I need a hole here that is part of this blueprint. If I put it there and nudge it into the blueprint maker, does that count? No, it doesn't. Actually, I should have got the position right for this. Looks actually pretty good. Hey, that's actually lined up. Okay. So we'll want it to clear the smokestacks. I probably should have measured, because it probably would be nice if it was a multiple of 4. And I got it right. Could actually go higher, but I think we'll keep it at that high. I mean, we could go lower as well. We could make the smokestacks kind of punk, but that might be dangerous. It's a bit risky. I also want to know if this actually is going to screw with my blueprint lining upness. That's the technical term. Theoretically, that should be there. It is. And this one should be... is that the middle? And it is. This was...
Incoming propaganda broadcast
Needs to be
detected.
Mark 4.
Please seek shelter.
How's dinner going? Because I thought it would be ready by now. Yeah, this is not where we want to snap that, so we're going to have to do a bit of shindiggery around here. So we got our water there. Our output is actually kind of over this side, so this probably should... kind of want to run it down that gap there. Okay. Okay, so if dinner's that far away, I will take an ad break now. We will be back shortly. Do it.
Look lively.
There it goes.
It's time to do those stretches and hydrate. So how long to cook? And then time to sit?
Well, I think loading times.
Okay.
Mic is open.
My mic is open. Damn it. That button didn't button. Noob streamer. my OBS control panel, sometimes I have to click things a few times because I'm doing it in the VR headset. And I go click the mic button and then it's fine, and no it's not. The mic is still open. Damn it. I mean, this hole, I could just move it forward. If you've just joined us, we are making blueprints to automate aluminium because we have hit phase 4. So we're doing this in multiple blueprints, which will be stacked into a vertical factory altogether. Fellow competent streamer, yes, I have the badge. So this will be our stream of stuff coming out, which I think I want to bring down here, but it's not going to line up. It's going to be lined up with there, isn't it? Which is going to be terrible because this hose is there. So I should really just give up and go the other way. Really, I want to actually duck. This pipe's going to be a pain in the butt either way, so how am I going to do this? With an abomination of connected lifts. Oh, and apparently it lifts backwards. Damn it. Actually, or is this lift backward? Did I just delete the wrong one? No, that is an output. That is definitely an output. So this needs to be reversed. I think I can trick this into lining up properly. That goes to there. And I should be able to go. Bumpy lift for the win. Okay. This needs a hole at the bottom because it's not going to just randomly end like that. It needs some connection to the blueprint below it. Yeah, let's actually save some of these changes since we've been doing quite a lot. Oh, yeah, me. So we should be able to call it aluminium for another hour or two before the Americans wake up, right? Now, as I said, we also need to sink the residue. So I think we need to shuffle our blueprints again. Actually, let's do this backwards. Let's load the bottom blueprint at the top. Actually, this will help us wire up the output, which we still need to do. So we can... Oh, it's down the bottom. It's backwards. So it's actually going to be here. And it will appear... kind of up here somewhere. We need to get it to not the door. It should line up with this one because that's what the other lift going up is. This is a Mark IV. So that's lined up with that. So we need to go 2 higher and it's lined up with this. And then we need to raise this up to here. I didn't quite get it lined up. But if I then do a Mark IV from there into there, if we delete this now, again, when we plug the blueprints together, we just do a lift connecting. So now we have 3 connect points. We have, I think this was one over here, one there, and one there. So those 3 will connect to the blueprint above it. Let's just make these bigger. Actually, it was the output here that we haven't figured out yet because this... No, that's the coat. We have figured that one out. This one is the polymer resin. This is the waste. So the waste needs to come from this corner here and it needs to go through this blueprint unscathed to the very top. You know what? I think if we put a hole and line it up at the corner of this pole, I think that's probably safe. So we basically just have this coming out. Actually, it's not a very much, so it's just a Mark III. So this will effectively go to there, and then that will connect up to a hole. and then that hole will make it go all the way to the top. So that hole has got to come out here. Oh, they're going to clip the pipe. You know what? That is probably going to be buried in the architecture, so I'm not going to worry about that for now. I am just going to ignore it. Actually, if I turn the lift around this way. Maybe it won't hit the pipe. Who knows? Shadow settings really hate this architecture. It's not the architecture, it's these lights. Yeah, it's annoying. Let me just actually disconnect the lights. And you'll probably find everything is fine. It's these ceiling lights, and it's one of the reasons I haven't used them in this playthrough barely at all, is they're actually really bad in VR, and I don't know why. If anyone knows a setting to make these lights work well in VR without shadows going to crap, please let me know. I'm hoping that after 1.2 with the engine upgrade comes along, I'm hoping I can turn on global illumination without too much of a performance hit, because that will probably fix it. Or maybe they'll fix the shadows, who knows? Turning global illumination on does, I think, fix those lights? Or does it make it worse? But global illumination means that I can just use signs everywhere. Okay, that's the bottom one. So now we're going to reload this. So we've got to save this, actually, because we haven't saved it. And then we've got to load the top part. But I think even if I drop shadows down to minimum, it's still terrible no matter what the shadow setting is. Ingots is the top floor. So there's already a hole here on this one. So basically you want to lift from here that comes up and goes to the awesome sink. It's just going to be hovering at the top. Now, which is the cool side to have sticking out the top of your build? Is it this side? Or this side? That side's pretty cool. Or maybe even that side. I will probably rebuild it in a different location. I think that has that bit centered. I'm just going to whack it there. It will probably move. I'm probably not going to get too fancy with the architecture. I kind of have the architecture in mind, but I really want to get this functional, so I'm focusing on layout at the moment. That is not the right height. That's probably because it's not a multiple of 2 meters. It is correct. We have not done any power for here. Let's just whack a beam. Stop going up, please. Thank you. We'll probably redo that once we get to architecture, so this is pretty just rough. Neat, but not permanent. Needs to be back a bit as well. It's not very centered the other way. Okay, so inputs, outputs, scrap. This blueprint is complete functionally, I think. I don't think we've done power on the bottom one yet. Let's just load it up the top here. Oh, I smell dinner. That's the two machines on that one. Again, we're going for functional, not neat at this moment. And there's temporary power wiring. Okay. So theoretically, if we come over to our staging area here. Okay, let me know when dinner is dished, please. Blueprints, production. So we start with this at the bottom. This is our bottom one, and basically it faces forwards like this. And we have a water extractor, and the water extractor connects to here. And we have oil in the bottom and bauxite in there, and our aluminium ingots will come out of there. Then we have the next layer, which is, scroll down, aluminium scrap. Now, if I blueprint snap it, which way is forwards? This way is forwards. Now I reckon I could lower this 4 to there. Can I go even further? I reckon I could go to there. And then on top we have our coke. No, ingots, duh. And this is where we probably should have put the holes on top so we could have this lowered down, because this is going to be... If I lower this down 4, it's going to clip, so we can't lower that down anyway. So it has to be that height, so that's fine. Unless we redo the smelters so they're in amongst the top of there, which we could do. Okay, so now Mark 4 here. Okay, so there, and there's one around the corner. There should be one around the corner. So we should be able to go from this hole here. That snaps, that snaps. This one will actually need a little conveyor. So we should actually put a little conveyor on there so we don't have to include it in the blueprint. This water pipe will connect to here. And then internally we have connections from there which should snap to there. It does. We have one from here that should snap to there. It does. And let me copy that. This one here should snap to there. It does. And this one here should snap directly onto the machine there. Nice. Okay, so that is all good. So all the snapping points seem to have lined up, and that is basically an alumina ingot factory that produces 300 ingots per minute. And the idea is if you need more, you just build more as standalone little factories. We just need a whole bunch of architecture to add now. But that's the concept. Maybe I should have left it there. That's all good. Now, I did say there was one edit to do, which was... I think it was on the blueprint that is not currently loaded. Which is, this is the bottom, that's the middle. Ah yes, the top one, now I remember. Basically this output here, which is a Mark IV, that needs a little 2-meter extension so that it reaches out and snaps onto the lift correctly. Okay. So there we have the initial functional blueprints complete. This is a good point to pause. I'm going to grab some dinner. I have some lasagna to eat. After this, we are going to be trekking across the countryside to find our location where we're going to build this. We're going to put down one of these stacks. We're going to build some basic functionality to get sheets and casings made so that we can unlock all the other milestones. Well, not all of them, most of them. I think there's a couple I need some other products to make. But we are going to have this done. Yeah, we can get it done this stream. Pretty good. I think we can do that. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I will chuck on some light word puzzle entertainment for the break, if I can get it working again. And I will be back in about 15 or 20 minutes after I've had some dinner. Okay, this is the Words on Stream. It's an anagram game. You'll be showing a bunch of levels, and you can guess what words in the bunch of letters. If you're on Twitch, you can just type it directly into chat. Otherwise, this doesn't work directly on YouTube, but there's a QR code you can scan and play along with on your phone. I'll kick it off, and I'm going to go get some food.
Look lively, it's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, that's probably a good point to pause it. Good try. Let me just close this and we can get back on with the rest of our show. We are playing some Satisfactory. Let me just armor back up into my headset. We'll get this show back on the road. Yay, I have hands. For more to the point, I have hover pack controllers, which is even better. Hello everyone, welcome back. I am full of lasagna. It was tasty. Right, we are in phase 4, hurrah! We have all new project parts to build that we can completely ignore for quite a while because we have a whole pile of basic parts and infrastructure to build first. The first of which is we need a solid supply of aluminium. Now, we have made 3 blueprints. They are fugly, but functional, and they stack on top of each other. We need to go and find some place that has water and bauxite and oil and a bit of copper, because we're going to need to make some... is the plates or the casings that take the copper? I think it's the casings. So we've doubled our blueprint, which will help with our vertical blueprint design so we can line things up. And so there's 2 of the 3 blueprints here. We've actually got... Is this the bottom? No, this is the middle part of the blueprint, and this is the top part here, and not shown is the bottom. So we are going to basically... we're going functional first, and then in later episodes we will tidy up the blueprint, whack on a whole pile of architecture, make it look pretty, make it look like a functional factory. So let us check the milestones, because I want to remind myself what we've got here. And my mouse cursor is not active. Let me just fix that. Need some game focus. Oh, and I've turned around. And I'm still flying, apparently. That's better. Okay. Logistics Mark 5, we definitely want to do. So 400 encased beams, 600 iron plates. We should probably put some of those in our inventory now because I don't think we have that many in the depot. But as soon as we've made 200 alkalid sheets, we're going to unlock this beauty. What do we got here? Control systems. This is how we can make radio control units, and so we get blenders, which will be very useful, and they'll make our expansions to our plastic factory much easier once we have blenders unlocked. And then tier 8, we have drones. Nuclear power is something I am going to rush pretty quickly because we are still on coal power here. But to get nuclear power, we need supercomputers, which I have a plan. So that'll probably, the next factory will probably be an expansion to the computer factory. But the problem with nuclear power is the waste. And to deal with the waste, you need particle enrichment, which involves these items that we're not making yet. At least, you know what? Can we unlock that right now? I don't think I've got 200 cooling systems, but I've definitely got 100 fuse modular frames, thanks to doggos. Don't know if I've got 50 turbo motors, but I might. We might actually have what we need to unlock that already. And minus marks 3, definitely something we want to unlock. And again, we've got the frames for this. We do not have the supercomputers though, so that probably is not happening tonight. I'm not sure how much radio controlled units I've got sitting in the supplies. Actually, having advanced aluminium now would be quite useful as well. But let's at least get Logistics Mark 5 and control system done tonight. I can probably do hazmat suit as well. Okay, so logistics, I said let's check our industrial beam and our reinforced plate. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'm going to dump those into the container that's right next to us. That way, they don't need to hog space in our inventory, but they'll be ready when we need them. How much encased beams was it? Let me just take all 400 out. Oops. Okay, I don't know if we really need a lot of anything at the moment because we're building machines. We're not building a lot of architecture at this stage, so this should be plenty of concrete and beams for now, I think. Because right now we're going out in the field. We're going a very long distance. We are going super cross country. Because there's a slight problem in that I've already used all the opportune locations for a bauxite farm already. Let me show you the map. So here's where we are. And you can see there's actually coal and bauxite in the pink forest. So we could build something there using coal. But there's no copper, and the only copper is like over here near the space elevator. So we would have to have conveyors stretching across the pink forest in order to do that. This is actually pretty zoomed out at the moment. Actually, this is the whole world. So we're here. There is also some bauxite up in the Titan forest, but we've already used all the stuff in the area that would otherwise be used. So we're actually going all the way over to the other side of the continent here. And there's, no, not that one there. I think there's another pure one along here somewhere that's outside that radar range. That's a radar tower. That's why we have lots of dots there. I think it's kind of around here. Yes, because the oil is over here. And I think there's bauxite there and there's bauxite there, oil there, and obviously there's water. So this is where we're going to be, and we're going to have a lot of train line built to get over there once we built this factory. But first things first, production. And you know what? Do we have enough for dimensional depots before I get too far? Plenty. Okay, we're not going to be short for dimensional depots. Is there anything else before I need to go? I don't think so. Let's switch to the zipline. That's not a zipline. That's an explosive. That's a zipline. Actually, how am I for ammo? Probably want to get some ammo in my inventory before I suddenly come across critters, because we are going far from home and we are not Spider-Man. No, that's not what I wanted. That one, let's restock with explosives. Nobelisks are fine. Now I've already kind of got a zip line out in this general direction because I went hard drive hunting some time ago. So this line here actually goes into the Great Beyond. Let's end up delivering materials for aluminium using trains. See, I'm trying to avoid that. Like, I have in the past had to deliver copper. Usually I end up having to have a train full of copper that gets delivered. But I try and keep other things as close as I can. Those guys are all going to shoot at me in a second. And one will probably hit me. Missed. I'm in a straight line now. They're bound to hit me. And up here we have... Wait for them to spawn in. Ta-da! Oh crap! That's not a bad place. Not a good place to stop. Ah! See ya. Okay, that's that problem solved. He'll be back. I'm sure he's fine. Yes. Aluminium does definitely seem to be set up such that you can have a couple of the things, but not all the things. That's one of the reasons why I go the pure alumina and the sloppy alumina. Yeah. Too late. Don't worry, there's more ahead. I'm kind of on alert for stingers here. I mean, there's some nuclear hogs. But there's more stingers. Is there one around here? Usually there's something that jumps me as I go past here. Oops. There's several in this area as well. Yep, I heard one behind. Oh, don't let go. I'm not on jetpack, but I did see one go flying. I don't know how well the hover pack works in the middle of one of these lines. I think it needs to be near one of the endpoints. There are more stingers over here. There is in the gas cloud here, I know. Because this is where one of the hard drives was. Oh, look, two poison ones. See, they make a different noise. Do need to hover up and get a grip on that. Okay, so this is the edge of the dreaded pink forest. Or is it the red bamboo forest? Kind of in here. Now let's start scanning for bauxite. Pretty sure I can see it from here, it's over there. Even regular poles can be too far apart for the whole pack? Yeah, but usually you can kind of just drift and drop and make it in times. Yes, so there's some bauxite back that direction, deeper in the pink forest. But there's sort of two nodes out here. So there's this node here. Let's scan again. And this is probably the one I'll use first. But there is another one over there, 600 meters away, 100 meters away. And I think this one is slightly closer to where the oil is. Oh, that's not a jetpack. I might swap to jetpack, which I can do like this. And he hurts. He fires big explosive bolts. So our oil, you can actually see the oil patches from here. There's 1, 2, 3. There's lots. Four oil patches. And the other bauxite is up there. I mean, I guess it kind of could be cool to run the bauxite down this rock face. That would probably be the cooler one, and then later on we can go for the one in the forest. Which means if we want to bring bauxite along here, we probably should grab this summer sloop for a start. Can I reach it from here? Yes. 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 It's saying right grip to pick up. Maybe I should have continued the power out here. There we go. Pick up the summer sloop. Here we go. There's not much doing, no use doing much until we have some bauxite. So I might actually go claim the mine first. Let's actually. I don't like that stinky cloud down there, so let's do some gardening. Ah, dropped too much. Something moving over there. Now I do actually have gas protection, so it's probably better for me to get this slug before I blow this up. So satisfying. Relax! Good morning, Relax. How are you going? We are on the opposite side of the world, hunting bauxite to make aluminium. And this is a really odd terrain to have to run conveyors over. We will just have to do it. As I said, the other option is we do have some bauxite. Crap, I'm going to run out of gas. There is some up there, so we will probably do a run of bauxite later on when we need to expand. For now, there is a node up the top here, a couple of alphas and a couple of spitters. I might just stay on the explosives. Hey guys, over here. You know you want to charge me. They ran away. What? Okay, this guy's still alive. Are they onto my tricks? See, bauxite. Ironically, the bauxite up there was the one I used in the thumbnail on YouTube, and I've decided to use this one after all. These guys are blind. There they go. One down. Two down. Scary thing is they all survived that drop. I wonder if he can swim. Well, it's clear now. Going to make the foil sound weird. The aluminium foil. Yes, the Americans are awake. Relax is usually an early bird, I gather, though. Okay, let's start with a good old snap to grid. I might actually nudge it down a meter. One of these days I will make a fancy... Oh! He's back! Wow, he climbed up quickly. Does this mean if he's going to keep respawning? They're both back. Oh, maybe they went out of bounds. Oh, maybe I do actually have to kill them. Whee! It's just so fun, though. Yeah, see, I think they've gone so far they might fall out of bounds. I can see him. Is he going to get up? Oh, he's not getting up. Huh. Whoops. Sorry, guys. I must admit, it's more fun than just shooting them. Okay. So how are we going to do this? I think we're going to want to go across there, and then across there, and then down. I think that's kind of where we want to go, because we need to go way over there. So this is a pretty... I mean, there is one there, but this is a pretty long run as it is. But as I said, aluminium does make you kind of need to stretch those conveyors and or get a train going. Okay, and this one is not going to line up nicely with our world grid. Now that we've put it there, so it's vertically aligned with the world grid, let's get out our old road barrier, hold down snap, snap that to the front, and then we can precisely put a centered foundation underneath it, like that. Be more permanent when they don't fall into the water. Well, I thought the other one hit the land. When I was scouting before, though, they fell off that side and survived, so... We're going to go with straight and orderly, or are we going to go with bendy? I might just go with bendy. So maybe I go straight to this point here and then down and then bendy from there. You recognize this location? Well, this is a pretty prominent location, and if you start in grasslands, this is usually the first oil spot you come to. And look, there's one starting zone there. That's the rocky desert. Good starting zone. And then there's another starting zone around the corner there, which is the grassy fields. So yeah, this playthrough I am specifically sort of out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, basically my start zone was something I made up. And it's not a standard zone at all. I started in the grass fields, but I kind of went east, which is like not usually a standard thing to do, but I've played this enough times that I wanted to try something a bit different. Oh. Has that got a slight kink at the end? I think it does. You know what? I don't really care. I am not one to judge you. Oh yeah, that is super kinky. Okay. That's better. Okay, that's driving me a little crazy. I also didn't drag power quite all the way out here, so we have a power tower there that is connected back to home base, so I do really need to get some sort of power line going here. Ow. Okay, we don't want to come too low. You know what? Functional first. Functional first. We can get fancy later, right? Although I did make that funky blueprint. Just made it as a temp one, didn't I? Did I call it temp or was it test? Yay, this one! Except it's Mark III. Let's give it a go. Although I did kind of just slap some style on it. But I don't know if I want to keep. Oh, that's white. Do I care about the light colour? I kind of want their stand to be a bit more colourful. It is a logistic blueprints. Oh, I don't have any logistic belts yet, so I cannot actually select that category. It's annoying. Now it'll work. Don't know what the difference was. Apparently changing the name let me put it somewhere else. I want to put it on my bar. Which bar shall I put it on? What is that? Oh, that's my offset. Never use that. Although I don't use that very often. Number 3 is, I think, normally the conveyor one. Yes, 3 is normally the conveyor one. So if I go to that one and say this is the conveyor blueprint, now I should be able to go blueprint auto connect and have snap, 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 that. This is obviously not going to be well aligned to the world grid. And this next section is also going to be dodgy because we don't have anything to attach it to, so which way is it nudging? That way. Who did that? Who did that? Dippy. Making me jump. One, two, three, four. 5, 6. Now if I do it from the bottom, you are right though, I am not as familiar with this area, so I do not know what the stinger migratory patterns are in this area. I want to lower it a little each time, or do I want to just... You know what? I forgot the frickin' power connectors on this pole. Now, really, we should have a bit of sticky outiness for these power connectors, and that way we can use it as a zip line as well. Of course, it won't let me stick it on that end. No. Is that too far out, though? What am I looking for? That'll do. Although what I probably want is that. Hey, Croyvia, good afternoon. Sticky outiness, middle-aged spread. Middle-aged spread on a power connector? I don't know. How you going, Croy? Okay, now that I've done that, I probably need to rebuild all of them, because we do need power connectors. Actually, if I delete that one as well... and that goes to... auto connect from there. Oh, it did. You may have figured out that I'm fairly new to these auto connecting thingeries.
Incoming Pioneer reinforcements.
Whoa.
Smirkin 5000 is leading a force of 24 viewers. Thanks for the raid, Smirkin 5000, and welcome everyone to the channel.
Welcome, Smirkin, and a party of 24. How are you all going? Welcome to Satisfactory. I am Australian as well, as you probably figured out. Smirkin is Australian. I am on the west coast though, and so while Smirkin goes to sleep, I keep partying for several hours. How was your stream, Smirkin? I assume you were playing some Satisfactory? What were you working on? I need to do that thing where the raid tells you what the last person was playing. Although, conversationally, hey, what were you playing? Oops. We are, where are we? We are on the west coast, which is a long way from home, but we are here. We have finally made it to phase 4. So, as you may have noticed, I am playing in virtual reality, which is awesome. And we just finished phase 3, working on fused modular frames. Cool, cool. I finally have those in sight now, although phase 4 is no small tasks, so yes, I have lots left to do to get up to that. Working on aluminium, so we are just making a haphazard, semi-neat conveyor from the bauxite up on the top of the cliff there. We're going to move it down to there where the oil is, and we're going to make some aluminium out of sweet, sweet oil. So yes, Satisfactory in VR. I am the author of the VR mod, so if people are interested in Satisfactory in VR and have any questions, I have answers. Maybe not all of them, but I can help you a lot. Croy, yes, Croy has spent a lot of time in Satisfactory in VR as well, as has Dippy. Nice. Yes. So we've spent the first part of the stream working on a blueprint to basically make a vertical factory stack. So each factory stack will make 300 aluminium ingots per minute, and then we can extend that and just basically build as many as we need over time. So we've done a functional blueprint. It is still not pretty. It is currently fugly as, but it will make aluminium, and it will allow us to unlock all the cool stuff in phase 4, which is the main thing. We have the hover pack yet, but this power actually isn't connected to anything, so that's why we're jetpacking around at the moment. And this is the first time I've really fiddled with a blueprint with auto connect as one of these conveyor mounts. And normally I'll just hand build a fairly simple conveyor mount, but no, I'd actually need to hit click, and there we go. Now I think I should have dropped them down a little faster so we're a little closer to the ground. Actually, I'm going to bring that back because I want the next one. Actually, if we bring it over the edge, it could actually drop down and attach to there. Hey, it's auto building the next one. That's interesting. So I should just be able to do that onto there. Might start angling it. Actually, I might do a snap to world grid here and see what that looks like. Dippy has surpassed 3 hours. Yes, Dippy is pretty hardcore on Satisfactory in VR as well. You're going to raid and run? No problems. Thanks very much. You sleep well, Smirkin. I know it's late over your side of the country. Thank you very much for the raid. I'll hopefully entertain the people you were entertaining. Have a good rest of the weekend, and I'll catch you next time. You know, as far as world grid angle goes, we're actually pretty close to it already here. I kind of want to go through that middle bit where the being shot at. Who did that? Russ. I put that there as an in memory of the Sonus loop that used to be there. Okay. Okay, so I haven't wired it the entire way back, but I've kind of made a start. Actually, I should... You know, I'm going to delete the blueprint maker on my return, because I do need to come back and actually wire up power at the end. This is also a bit dodgy here, so I'll probably move that node across so it's lined up a bit better. But this is actually well grid aligned here, which is nice. And I might just take it off the edge and drop down from here, actually. Oh, I'm still being shot at. Not very accurate shots. Oops. Did something crash or did my autosave kick in? I think that was autosave. Did they shoot their friend? There was a dead one on the ground next to them. I know different species can shoot each other, but... this is where we need one of those super tall... Ah, no, it's straight through the thing still. Okay. Whoa! It alert some due to the employment thing I have to do? Fair enough. Yes, it is easy to get distracted by work, isn't it? Well, employment pays the bills and does have its moments. Sometimes it can be an enjoyable thing, but it'd be nicer if I could just do this all the time, eh? Okay, trying to figure out to miss that beam if I put one there. I think that's what I'll do. How am I going to line this up? Yes, got it. And missed. So theoretically, if I attach something well grid aligned at the floor of this... I do have the jetpack on? Yes, I do have the jetpack on. It's still shooting me. Okay, where was it? Was it this point? Let's just have a wild guess. Nope. We're near it. Nope. Come on. Maybe I'm being a little optimistic here. Essenberg, good morning, how are you going? We've made it to phase 4 and we are working on aluminium and we're about to run out of fuel. Or at least I wasn't going to make it to the top with that much. We are on the west coast of this sort of section of Massage 2 AVB. We are normally on the east coast, but we have travelled a long way in search of the precious bauxite that is in reasonable range of oil. And so here we are on the, what are they called? The oil fields? Oh, I am so going to plummet. Quick, quick. was close. Needs a ladder. Yes, this is probably the most famous oil fields, and a couple of bauxite nodes here are probably pretty well known to people too. There's a pure one up there somewhere. Wait for it to ping. They're not close. 539, and we've tapped the one over there that's way up the top. So there's still a fair bit of belting involved to get this to the point where we can fit it up. Now I've got a hole up here that I can't see, and I have no idea where it's going to line up. You know what I should do is probably just enter one on there. And then super nudge and hope it doesn't diagonal nudge on the way down. Probably do want to stop it at about its height, because we're going to be heading straight over the hills, so it's probably a good point. Where you chose the location for your base? Yes, because you're building in the rocky fields to the north, aren't you? With your mega factory. So yes, this would be in pretty close range to having a base over there. So now, theoretically, I can... Oh, come on, I know it should auto-snap. I might need to actually get back up to that point. Oh boy, I'm gonna... this is bad! Oh, this is so bad. Oh, my leg! Oh, my leg. How much health have I got? Hang on. I have full health? What? I mean, I jetpacked just before I hit the ground. Oh. Maybe it'd be easier if I stuck a hole here. And went from the top down. Okay. Let's be a bit more fuel conscious this time. Actually, you know what? Maybe we should build a number of platforms on the way up. Okay, let's try again. There we go. One very long lift down. We'll probably bring that a bit lower if we're using the pole blueprint. You know, I put on my bar on bar number 9 and it was not there. Did that not update? Did I not save it? Okay. Actually, this is possibly the less exciting part of the evening, although I guess your definition of exciting with Satisfactory may vary. Actually, I should have a pillar somewhat back here so it's not hanging too much. Straight into the hill. We might need to rise up a bit here. We might make it over. Either way, we are nearly there. And we're probably going to get attacked by stuff now. Like that. Oh, there he is over there. I can blow up things too. Missed. Now, is there any more? So this, I think, is a normal node, which is actually probably fine for now, but I like going straight for the pure nodes. And I think they were across there, I think. I am crouching at the moment so that the hatchery does not see me. He doesn't see me either, that's interesting. Nope. Oops. We have pure nodes, right, so this is a pure node. I think there's a pure node over there. Like if I ping for oil, I think there's one there. Yes, one there. That's the normal one, and then there's another one. I thought there was a fourth. Unless it's further away. Okay, now we need water for this factory. So probably just build it across here. Now, as I said, this will be, I can build a cluster of these little factories. So I kind of need a big, long stretch. I mean, I can probably just start with 4 through the middle here and see how we go from there. Nope. How wide is this estuary here? Okay, that's 20, and the base of these is 5, so that would fit 3, if that, so not too many. You know, I think I'm going to ignore the world grid and make an angle that kind of runs along the coast here instead. I think a boar has just spotted me. Or maybe it was a bean grunting at me. Because those will get in the way if I go too far that way. And I do need the copper, which is down that direction. So kind of here, angled that way, I think is probably what we'll go with. So let's start with a world grid snapped one to get the height. But then I will rotate it to an arbitrary angle. Kind of runs along the coast. World grid is optional. I like to keep the world grid height. I like to have everything on the same height at least. It makes it a bit easier. But angles, no, angles can go anywhere they want. Yeah, so this allows me a good length here. I can get a lot stacked behind this. And then if I want, I can probably fit a few more behind if I want future expansion behind. But I don't know how much I'm going to need by endgame. So the important thing is that I need water extractors at the front of each factory. Yeah, so this I can actually keep going probably further. I'm pretty sure we can fit water extractors here, so that's a pretty long line of space to build these factories. Now, oh, I almost got poisoned then. Not that I am worried because I have poison protection. Hey, look, there's power. Handy. At least, I think it's power. It's at least a zip line. Whether it's actually powered or not, I don't know. I came exploring this way really early to get hard drives. That's why there's a power line running over there. Come on, interact. Thank you. Yeah, I might regret this hill from a factory perspective, so maybe I'll move it forward a bit. Maybe I'll use that as the back snapping port for the factories. Okay, I didn't actually put a foundation on the factory either, so let's... Could actually probably bring it a bit on shore. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's about it. Power would let me do my hover pack, which I have recently unlocked at last. Let me just go over here, see if we've got power. Want me to find out if you've got power? Switch to a hover pack. And we will plummet. Okay, this is no connection, and I have lost health. You know, maybe I will just take it from that normal node here to begin with, because that's probably got plenty of oil. Not that I can remember how much oil I need. So the other point with power is up there, so I think we're at the point where I need power. So I'm going to go see if I can find that power pole. I can see a bit of wire up there, so there must be a power tower up there. So let's do that and we can start building this factory, which we've got as blueprints. So getting this up and functional should, touch wood, not take too long. At least for the ingot production. I don't think they noticed me. Probably one right underneath that's going to pop as soon as I release. Why do I hear a train? There is no train near here. Unless it's in the music. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. And it just auto-saved with me floating up in the air. Right. Okay. I think I heard our old friends nearby. I know there's a cave with like half a dozen large stingers in it nearby here. Yeah, that could be a bit straighter, but as I said, we're going for functional first. Yeah. I know, I kind of invited it. Things like I think I can actually hear one. Right, okay. Yay! Power. So I should now be able to hover. Yay! So this is a blueprint stack. We have at the bottom level blueprint making aluminium coke. And this is very bare bones architecture wise. The idea here is to get it functional first, and I will replace the blueprints once we have a fancy schmancy architecture ready. But we're just trying to make some bloomin' aluminum to begin with. So that's the bottom floor, which makes the petroleum coke. Next floor, aluminium scrap. I forgot to remove some of the foundations because we didn't need as many as they were floating around. Because that I can nudge down 8, and that's going to have some overlap. But I will completely rebuild this when I've done all the architecture. And then for the top level, we have the ingots. Which looks to be the right way around. Now I just need to connect everything up. So that's the scrap coming up from below. This is the ingots coming out. There's also a point here which is the waste residual rubber coming from below. And then on this level, we connect this down to there, this to there. This is where doing 2 hours worth of blueprinting should hopefully pay off. Yes, that's a poorly placed PowerPoint, I know. Wow, this is a terrible cabling. There, done. Obviously we kind of need to put some stuff in the front, and I think we're too far over land here to fit a water extractor. I think I've stuffed up the placement, and that PowerPoint is too close. It's not too far off. You know what? I'm just going to plonk it down there as a temporary thing to get this working. And let's see how we go. You know what? I probably should have it lined up with those. Would be easier then. Oil extractor. Hey, I picked an angle that actually matches. Probably will have a bit of a lip. Oil in the bottom, ka-ching. Oh, that's right, we broke the power. I think that lift is in the way. So the water will be at an arbitrary height. We need to figure this out. Actually, the water will probably come underneath and up, maybe? Eventually? Okay, even temporary clipping, I can't do that. Ah, we need to put a pump. That's gonna need a pump. And kind of need some bauxite. I don't want to zoom, thank you. Stuff's happening. Stuff's happening. I need that bauxite now. So obviously you'll need to swing this around and bring it more in line with this line. Actually, we need some power. That would be useful too, wouldn't it? Come on, really? Tell you what, let me put it over there, auto connect that, and then come to a happy medium in the middle. And then let's connect that to there. I think I want bigger than that. I think I'm gonna go all the way. Probably the worst positioning because the lift is going through every single corner piece there. Massive clipping. I will move one or the other later on. Oops. Local resident might get angry in a second. If he spots me. Yeah, he spotted me.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Okay. Missed. I just want to connect this up before the ad break kicks in. That would be nice. This was before we added power connectors. It's kind of, whoops, I was going to say, it's kind of easy and then I stuffed it up. Blueprint, auto connect, snap. No, no! How to demonstrate how not easy it is. Connect, connect, position, lock, nudge, build. That actually connects all the way. I think that is actually enough for us to start getting some bauxite out. Now, how much do we need? And how much are we churning out? I think we need 300. Let me just quickly check the plan. Yes, we need 300, and this is just for one factory, so we're going to need a lot of bauxite by the time we're done. But we're at the start of phase 4, so not quite 300 is fine. That'll do. Okay, let's actually check the new keyboard, see if it's working. 300. Ta-da! Exactly 300. Let's switch back to good old jetpack. Yes, I know, this is just temporary. I will make a nicer logistics eventually. I promise. Have I ever lied to you before? I'm going to land up the top of the awesome sink, which is doing its job. And I'm going to take a break here, so Twitch can do its ad thing. Thanks for watching. I will be back in a few minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back. We are on the west coast, which is a long way from home. We are here tapping some local oil resources, along with some bauxite from up on the hill there. And we are making aluminium in phase 4. At least theoretically we're making aluminium. We plugged it all in and then went on an ad break. So let's see if our blueprint is actually working. This doesn't look very good. Remember how I said we needed a water pump? We need a water pump. Ain't gonna go anywhere without water. I've got that on my shortcut part, I think. If I take that, can I switch to... there we go. I only need a Mark 1, I reckon, but the Mark 2 looks cooler. And again, this is kind of a temporary water extractor here. Oh, hi Bean, how's it going? So hopefully that's all it's waiting for. But let's spot check around. Let's make sure all our... Thank you. Okay, we do have bauxite in, that's good. And here comes the water. And we had a minor squirt of alumina solution. Now, what was the math on the water again? We need 300 in, but as a waste byproduct, we are outputting 105 times 2, so we're outputting 210. So we actually only need 90 water coming in. So we got 210 coming in here, and we should only need 90 coming up here. And I have this still set to full, which is 120. So we are cranking out more water than we need. We have a Mark II pump. So this should be generating more water. Now, theoretically, because this is a feeding in from above, this should give priority to the water below, and it should not jam. No need for valves or anything. It should just work, and we should never have a backflow of water here. So far, it's looking okay. Look, our first aluminium. Woo! With all the smelters spin into life. So many green lights. Wow, it actually worked, folks. I'm kind of relieved. This is kind of a milestone for production here. Now, next we've got to make stuff out of it, and that's where we're going to unlock stuff with. Give me 4 meter. So this I'm going to run to... Just wondering where we should build the factory, if we just build it under this thing here or between these two. Maybe between these two. Because basically, long term we'll be building multiples of these aluminium things across there. And I just punched my bookshelf. Again, I'm just going to put down something temporary for now. And then we can expand it later on and make it pretty and stuff. Right now, the priority is to just get stuff built so that we can get some more stuff unlocked. Although, whatever I slam down temporarily here may end up hanging around for a bit, so I'll do it a little neat. But this part of the factory I haven't really thought about. I've put a lot of thought into like the aluminium silo structure there. But this will probably just be a box factory. Okay. It actually does look kind of cool, even naked without all the rest of the architecture I'm going to put into it. Okay, let me check the plan. because this is just the blueprint. So this is the, well, it's actually a triple blueprint. So this is the bottom layer of the blueprint. This is the middle layer of the blueprint. All my VR controls are stealing focus. This is the middle part, and this is the top layer with our sink on top, because that's going to be kind of a feature as part of the build. And here we just need 2 constructors and 4 assemblers to make our aluminium casing and our alclad sheets. Easy, easy peasy, and we're going to get 120 each, which I think is faster than the depot will load. I think this is going to be more than we can actually upload at the depot at any time. So yeah, easy. So 2 constructors, 4 assemblers. We do need copper, so it's not quite all plain sailing. The constructors don't need copper though. I might turn them around the other way so we can see the products come out this side. We have a stack of 3 assemblers. I suppose I could do that and then stick another one on top. Hope I've got enough room below. I really should build the manifold into these constructors. I keep forgetting that that's not part of the blueprint. Okay, so this is the casing. Oh, I was hoping the sheets would be the easy one. Looking forward to 1.2, where vertical lifts will be less annoying and less error prone. Won't that be lovely? Probably haven't got enough room underneath for this, but whoops. Again, we're kind of rushed to just get some decent production going here. And so that will be going from there to there under the foundations. Let's just make a hole. Yeah, we can squeeze some. This is going to be squeezier over this side, but yeah, we got enough room, plenty of room. Where do I stick power on this one? Other side. Meeting is done, but now time for breakfast. Good morning. Relax, how's it going? I suspected you were just sticking your nose in and then off to meetings. Okay, we are already running into power problems, but again, this is temporary power lines until we make it pretty later on. I'm so used to the jetpack, I forget that I have a hover pack. Okay, so this support we should put this side so it can map onto that, but that's going to run over that. But again, that's temporary. Been lurking? Yeah, cool. Ooh. Yeah, I think I'd like the water to come underneath all this, which means I probably need to raise the whole factory up 2 meters so that the water can tuck under. Need to figure that out a bit neater. This I'm going to run this way. Oh, out of power. Overpack, how I've missed the... Yeah, you know, probably will bring them on the ground, that's fine. Although, I probably want to raise it up a bit. No, I actually do want a splitter. Give me a splitter. Thank you. Wrong ammo. Pruning ammo, please. You know, I should have brought some copper ingots with me from home. Ah, we missed little belts here. As I said, really got to build those into the blueprint. Ta-da! We have our first aluminum casings. 120 per minute. Not that we really need the other ones for the other useful stuff. Now we need copper, and we need copper urgently. Aluminium. seems higher than I expected. I didn't expect it to be multiple nodes. That's a long way away. That's a long way away. So it must be that 487 that I was planning on using. I guess we're going to go exploring and find it. Although, if I run power, I will need power. So let's actually take some power with us. Is it up here? It's interesting that it's showing the multiple nodes thing, because I could have sworn there was... Oh, no, I think there are 2 nodes now that I think about it. Two not very good nodes. With some radiation, joy. Ah, that's why there's radiation. I think I'm gonna need something better than... Oh, look! We got friends down there. This is where I find out there are 2 impure copper nodes that are protected by irradiated hogs. Hey, you found one! Here's one. Okay, let's get some explosive pruning gear out. Where's the other one? Oh, the other one's right there. Okay, so it is just here. So we're just going to take it off the side, drop it down, out the valley, and away we go. Steam frame hype on YouTube is really mounting now. It's everywhere. I have seen some steam frame hype, although not as much from the bigger YouTubers, which is interesting. Seems to be like the smaller YouTubers are suddenly going, it's nearly here. Maybe they're on NDAs, but they can still report on leaks, like such and such has leaked this. I can't confirm if it's true or not. Well, you know, stuff like that. Now this is an impure node, but let me check my plan. We don't need much copper at the moment. We only need 40 ingots. So, good one. Do it while I'm AFK, why don't you? I really need to make that redeem have a random 3D sound profile. I know it too well. Okay, let's get an exact snap. I think I might actually do a whole trick here. Okay. So we have 60 per minute, we need 40 per minute, so this is not great. I mean, it's plenty for now. I probably should just leave it for now because I can always come back and boost it up later. And there is a second node there as well. Okay, that is going to miss that, good. Oops, there was a nut bush under there. Oops. Watch out for the trees. Someone else shot at me. Where did they go? Was it you, Verb? No. I really should grab that while I'm here. Ow! Ow! He's camoed. Funny, I played a little bit flat today to do my scouting. I'm so much better aim in VR than I am flat. Ah. Hey, it worked. Did you happen to know that this is a stunningly beautiful game once you blow up the fart rocks? It's just amazing. Nitrogen there. I have the streams from my hover pack if I move my hand around. Okay, we have a little bit of copper coming down. Which way around did this one go again? I think it went this way around. One of these is all I need, actually. Well, let's set up the other 3 anyway. And we can just turn them off. Which means we'll have enough to quadruple our output later on if we need it. Still unlike all the competitors in Spoiled Design? Absolutely. I think this might be up the 3-meter one. This was a weird height, this one. I think it's actually there. I'm sure I had very good reason for making it that height. Yeah, because I can't make the stumpy lifts any shorter than that. Well, I used to be able to. Deformable terrain is nice to play with, but it's never that pretty. Yeah, like deformable terrain would be amazing, but yeah, you would not get the same bespoke beauty as this. I mean, you could, but then it would you'd blow it up and it'd be less beautiful. Okay, there we have copper output coming out here. And we are producing 30 because we only got 1 smelter on, and 30 is all we need to get this production underway. So let's switch to our nifty blueprint and just have a... Emerk, good evening, how are you going? Can I get this to auto snap? Yes, I can. I just realized this blueprint, maybe I should have a Mark III variant. And also, once I have this conveyor up, that can be our power line. Deformable always means voxels. They don't have to be cubes, but they're still regular. Yeah, I mean, you could have deformable chunks. Like, as far as I know, these rocks are actually separate rock objects that are manually put and pushed around. So if you made that rock consistently made up of other smaller chunks, then you could have it so when it deforms, it just, you know, sort of pulls the parts about kind of thing. Oh wow, holding snap actually makes it straight. You know, I'm going to connect up the power as we go. That way I can tear down the poles later on. That spitter is like blind. Like I swear I've gone past him twice now and he's not noticed. Okay, that was possibly could have been a bit further back. Hang on, Snap is not going straight now. That's interesting. It was before. Maybe because this is a lift, not a... another blueprint connector. That's a bit messy. It wasn't too bad. That's better. Almost there. We've almost got the copper online. Yeah, so now it's straight. Here I will bring this on this side. So I should... What the... Stupid random poles. Okay. Actually, there will be another PowerPoint in between here and there. But this guy's found me. Now I should be able to delete all these power poles, and if I've connected everything up correctly, we'll still have power up there. On straight mode, that's why you actually curve, bring in the curve. Here we go. Copper! We didn't actually pick the recipe, did we? Oh, there it is. we needed a fourth one of this. That's processing assemblers times 1. Does that not have any holes? There's no holes. Okay, this is going to be a pain in the butt because we cannot connect from here to here. I'm hoping in 1.2 we can, because that's really annoying. So in the interim, you have to use a temporary hole. Actually, no, we've got to do it from the other way up. Ta-da! Make power. And it's alive. Sweet, sweet hull-clad aluminium sheets. Ah, how I've missed thee. Get some output going. Now, let's tack down some temporary storage with a fancy blueprint. Which one do we want to use? And that's a feed down from above one. Not really appropriate from here. It's also buried right underground. Actually, that fits. It does mean we're feeding the stuff in the top, though. I mean, it doesn't matter if the dimensional depot is actually buried, but it does actually look like it's clearing here at the moment. This is just temporary. I'm just using an existing blueprint because I want this stuff in the depot and I want it in storage so I can start unlocking all the other goodies. So I need a merger. I mean, later we'll probably be tearing this down and putting a massive train station here. With a lot higher output, but at the moment this is what we are doing. Is the recipe set at the top for that's a good point. Did I set the recipe at the top? Given that there's a red light, maybe I did not. Thank you for that. I also didn't connect the output, apparently. Thank you for spotting that, BMUG. Nope. Yes, now it's working. So we have the output come up all through here. Oops. What's going on there? Oh, I've somehow misaligned it. Okay, now plug it all in and we will have sweet, sweet storage and depot loading. Yay! You don't need soup. Ah, yes. Yeah, we are loading faster than the depot is loading. Not by much, actually, which is pretty good. But then again, it's probably the depot buffer is still loading. Ticking away. Okay. Right, there is a very not final but functional aluminium factory. Now I'm just going to sit down on the stool, which is somewhere behind me. Here it is here, because my legs are a bit tired. Oh, there we go. Let me reset. Center point. Okay, right. Functionally, we are making alclad aluminum sheets, and we are making aluminum casings. This is just for unlocking stuff and general production at the moment. We are not making enough for factory feeding into other factories at this stage. This is a very bare bones minimal factory just to get stuff being produced. We might expand it or we might tear it down and do it again. This is our blueprint. It is 10 o'clock. Okay, this is our triple blueprint. It is very bare bones architecture wise, but the layout is pretty solid at this stage. So in the bottom layer here, we are taking oil and we are making petroleum coke, as well as we have some scrap, was a resin, polymer resin coming out at the bottom floor. This leads up to the second floor, which is where the main aluminium stuff happens. So we are taking in water here and bauxite. We are using the sloppy alumina recipe because we are slack and don't want to deal with quartz. So we're taking in bauxite and water, producing alumina solution at 360 per minute. And as you have noticed, we are not flooded. We do not have an overabundance of here, so it is properly flushing. And that solution comes into these two machines, which are nice and chockers. And this is where the coke comes in as well. We have 180 here, and this is outputting our scrap and also outputs water. And notice that we do not have a bottleneck of water here. Similar with this machine, we have a full source of a solution coming in. We do not have a bottleneck of water because we're making 105 excess water here and 105 excess water here. That is feeding back into here. So 210 of this 300 is coming from these two refineries. The other 90 is coming from this pipe here. And this is from our water extractor here. This water extractor is not clocked to 90, it is 120, so it is pushing out more than is needed. We are pumping it. There are no valves limiting flow. We are entirely using a priority junction here to control it such that the water that is coming out of these two refineries has priority over the additional water added to the system. This is similar setup to what I've used the last several times I've made aluminium, and it has been solid and reliable every single time. Now, I haven't built it in a vertical stack like this before. Normally I build it out all flat, but as long as you have like a flat line coming out from there and into here, and you feed your extra water in from above. Note also that this is just 3. I'm not chaining 15 refineries plus 30 refineries into a single system. This is a enclosed system where the recycling is only coming out of 2 and it is going into 1 with 1 extra source of water. And basically, if I need more aluminium, I just duplicate this stack of blueprints and I have another aluminium factory. So, scrap. Much scrap is coming out of these. Now, I'm a little concerned that that is close to 500. I'm wondering if I have missed a Mark IV belt somewhere. But it could just be that it is full. But let's check up here and make sure everything is working up here. Because basically, this is outputting 300 per minute, and this is a 480 belt. So that 300 there is going to this line of 5. Yes, it is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this 300 per minute is going across to this line of 5 smelters, which are using the pure aluminium ingot recipe because I didn't want to mess around with, was that one crystal as well? Or was that copper? I think that one might have been crystal as well. Yeah, I think that's a heavy quartz load if you use that one. The sloppy alumina avoids silicon. Now why are we getting some yellow lights down here? Is our output bottlenecked? Looks like our output might be bottlenecked. This could just be a flow-on effect because we've only just fired up the factory to full speed. But basically this will be outputting 300. So everything here needs to be Mark IV. That's Mark IV. Mark IV. Mark IV. If I go delete. Mark IV. Mark IV. Mark IV. Mark IV. Mark IV. All looks good. And the fact that it's not... It's bottlenecking here. Now I got out of range of power. Is there a bottleneck down here, or are we just trying to keep up? I think we're trying to keep up. This output has frozen. Ah, you know what? We have... hang on, why is this jammed? These are not full yet. These are nowhere near full. That's interesting. Something snuck out the end. Oh, are these Mark IV? Those are Mark III. The classic blunder, okay. Which means those need to be Mark IV as well. should be enough. But yes, I think this design here was actually originally from when I made the steel factory. So it probably did only have Mark III back then. Actually, no, we should have had Mark IV. Okay, we theoretically shouldn't... I mean, I need to upgrade these others down here. Can I not get at that conveyor? That will be annoying if I cannot get at that conveyor there. That's wanting to attach to the front. That's not what I need. Ugh. Yuck. I mean, each product should not exceed a Mark III, so there shouldn't be, like the buffer here should be enough. And if the occasional one gets sunk, who cares? That's fine. Okay, I've just realized this is going to go in the depot, and I wasn't actually ready necessarily to have it in the depot. Too late, it's in the depot. Okay, right. I'm going to steal this, and we're going to head home, and we're going to unlock some stuff. We're going to see how much we can unlock. I think this is going to look cool when I've got the architecture all done up, which will be probably what we do tomorrow night. And probably figure out how the heck we're going to get a train line here, because we are in Western Whoop Whoop compared to the rest of my base. So this is our home, and the train lines are kind of all around here and up around here. This eastern side of the map is where we are all centered. This over here is our one of our coal power stations. There's no trains or logistics or anything out there. There's just a power line out there. So these two train stations here are kind of the furthest west the train stations go. So we need to probably branch off a train line from here and go probably through the water here and up through here and past the coal station and then around here. And then we will probably cut through here, along here, past the void, and join on either here, or we could duck back up above the elevator. There's a passage through there that we could go through to hook back on. So we're going to need a lot of a loop through uncharted territory. Well, okay, technically we have charted it, but there's nothing there other than power lines at the moment. So we have a lot of rail to lay before we can get sort of high throughput delivery of this ready for use in other factories. Right. It was annoying me that it wasn't the right way around. Okay. I mean, there's going to be some in the depot. I'm just grabbing as many stacks as I can now before we head home. So there we go. Simple aluminium. Not a problem. And theoretically, this blueprint could be put elsewhere as long as you've got oil, bauxite, and that's it. Oil and bauxite, and a bit of copper if you want to build the stuff over there. But if you don't, if you're just making the casings, you don't even need copper, just oil, bauxite, oil and bauxite. I could replace this bottom bit and make a coal version, which wouldn't be too hard to do, I think. And that would probably be useful to plonk down somewhere where there's coal and bauxite, which we might do something like that in the pink forest if we need even more of this later on. But there's not a lot of copper there. All right, anything else I want to do here before I head home? I think I'm good. I am pretty happy with how this is functioning. It looks terrible. It looks very bare bones, but I hope you can kind of see the concept I'm going for. So it will be kind of a silo, standalone, separate building towering into the sky, with hopefully some walkways. If I can fit some walkways around inside, I would like to. So branching out from here, going up here, circling around, coming up to the other floors. What? Was there an ad break coming up?
Incoming propaganda. Seek shelter immediately.
Did I miss an early alert? Was there an alert, or did it not actually give me the alert earlier? Apparently I missed the alert, people, which is funny because I was kind of waiting for it. Okay, I'll park here again and take a couple of minutes break, and then we will head home and unlock all the things. Let me just punch my shelf. Be right back after these messages.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we're back. We are in the home stretch. Now we're going to head home, literally on the home stretch. We have tapped bauxite. We have tapped oil. We are making aluminium. We have aluminium products being made in a bare bones factory. But that is enough to unlock Tier 4 goodness. Now, we came in here from sort of this general direction. But I think for the trip home, I'm going to head this way and kind of scout out the train routes that a train will need to take to get over here. Just to have a look at the lay of the land and remind myself how it goes. We'll probably bring the train in pretty high up, I would think. But it would probably come from this direction. I have run a train through there before. And it wasn't bad, but I basically had to have a corkscrew on the other side to have it come down to the same height as everything else. And I don't know if I want to do that again. Just keep running, just keep running. We could have a train weave through here, though. That's a scary cave. I don't know if I've ever gone in there, actually. But I've definitely run train lines along here before. This is the Rocky Desert. Rocky Desert is a pretty good place to start if you're starting a new game. So we're going to run the train line around here. Like, the things just look stingerish. It's like a stinger shrine. I mean, we could run the train line higher, but I think if we bring it along this height here... Thanks, Russ. Are you still awake, Russ? I do need to come through here and get some hard drives as well, because there's quite a few in this zone that are pretty easy to get. Okay, so bring the train line up here. We've done at least twice in 2 other playthroughs. Crap, it's after midnight. Yes, yes it is. Maybe I should have pulled a vehicle. I hope you don't have an early start tomorrow, Russ. And oh look, we've got buildings up here. This was our last coal power station we built, and our fanciest, I might say. Pretty happy with it, how it turned out. There was lots of blueprinting fun here. And this is the radar tower that was showing up that big area on the map. So train line wise, I'd probably run it down this side. So I'd have to bring it across the lake there and basically cut through the middle of this zone, I think. Because I could cut it over the coal gens there, but because this station sort of goes up against the wall, it's a bit cancelled in because of Ren Fair and stuff. How's the costume going? So train line along here. We could probably weave through here. And I think maybe down here. You might recognize this from the start of the intro video. Basically, I drive a vehicle down here and end up down on the shore down here. So this was that water estuary. This is a lovely place through here. I really like this area. So bring the train line through here. And I could either cut through there, or if I cut back through here... Oh, there's another drop pod. I think over this direction is our most recent base. And this is kind of the area I'm not quite as sure. Actually, yes, I do remember. No, it's probably more this way. This is probably the fiddly part of the train line to figure out how I get from that river area that I'm familiar with to... I think I see some factory through the trees here. Right, yes, so there's a train line there. There's our factory there that still needs some walls put on. So we'll basically walk the train line off here and run it along there and maybe up through there. I mean, going through there might be good, but I'm not sure where that goes. So, hey, is that another drop pod? I think it is. I really need to pick up more drop pods. Okay, so that's kind of where we are and where we meet back with civilization. So there's a fair bit of rail to slap down. I'm tempted to try some blueprints similar to, well, maybe not similar to the autoconnect ones, but I think there's something there I can do to try and speed up, especially like straight parts of rail. I should be able to automate a bit. I'm just going to catch a train home. I mean, this is a lovely area through here as well. And there's another drop pod. And there's our modular engines factory through that section there. Green light go. The other alternative is like break off like just here and cut through there, which is possible, but it'd be a bit of an extreme turn, I think. Tried a Northern Forest start once before 1.0, but I found it frustrating to play in. I know that's probably the point. Yeah, like some people love the Northern Forest, and there are like 2 spots that have a ridiculous amount of pure copper and iron nodes, and that's one of them. One of the factories there was one of them. But you gotta not mind building in amongst very uneven landscapes and tight corners and things. And there's not a lot between those points where all those resources are. Also, there's not many mesospheres and summer sloops through there, I find. And slugs. It seems a bit light on there, as if they're punishing you for picking those spots with the pure nodes. Okay, here we are, near our home. Let's go back to hoverback. Thank you. Right, so you can see our blueprints being constructed here. We've actually made a second blueprint maker on top of the first one, so help us line up those vertical connections a bit better. Danish D trains, yes, trains indeed. I love trains. I've just realized the problem with unlocking all the things right now is it's going to take us like 8 minutes per cycle. Or whatever it is. Logistics Mark 5 is probably an essential one to do ASAP. So we will do this one right now. And I put all these resources in the chest in advance. Not necessarily the maximum amount, but enough that I can then just get the rest from the depot here. Mark 5 belts, yay!
Milestone reached. Fixit dedicated this milestone to the conveyor belt and lift Mark 5. They may be implying that your factory could be further optimized.
It certainly
While
could.
They are correct, I believe they are setting unreasonable expectations. Having all of humanity very
Possibly.
definitely relying on your work is a lot of pressure. It's a good thing I'm here.
Okay, so that's Mark 5 unlocked. Hooray! That was easy. And that's the thing. From here on, it's just mostly easy. The hazmat suit. I have 50 gas filters. I now have 100 casings. So that one's easy. Control systems should probably be the next one we need to do, because this will unlock blenders, and blenders are going to be pretty essential. So let's do that one next, because the hazmat suits are nice to have. We don't need to do that immediately. So we need 400 casings. I'm pretty sure I got that on me. 200 computers and 1,000 plastic. Okay. That's most of the plastic. And 200 computers. You know, I really should move my hub closer to the elevator so I can raid the mall there for supplies. Yep, I've got everything else I need. I just need another 200 plastics. So hopefully that will arrive in 3 minutes. Okay, that's not too bad. It's shorter to call around on this one. Now I could probably make it to the plastics factory and pick up and some and get back by then actually. Let's just do that. Because it's right there. Good night, Russ. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out so long. Well, I really should tidy this up sometime as well. Just a random power pole floating in the middle of the crater. I wonder if we need plastic for any other milestone. Maybe I should take a few more. Probably don't. It's probably way too many. You want to see that ship yet? "40 seconds. There's craft moving around up there. They went there in phase 3. Oh, here it comes. Cool. Done.
Milestone reached. Several parts more efficient and powerful than the human brain can now be made, to compensate for many deficiencies otherwise encountered in future development efforts. The blender enables you to mix and/or combine parts and fluids for more complex recipes. Most importantly,
Now we can start unlocking diluted fuel in a blender.
The director system should be produced and delivered to the space elevator as soon as possible.
Now the assembly director system actually should be pretty easy because we've done most of the infrastructure for it already. I just need to make supercomputers. Okay, next, aeronautical. Drones. We do not need drones yet. A nuclear power will be essential pretty soon because we're going to run out of power. Advanced aluminium. Resource wells would be very useful, but not essential right now, but certainly there'll be some builds later that will need them. turbo motors, however, and minor Mark IIIs. This one, I think, is the next, and this is going to be a bit expensive because I do not have 100 supercomputers. I have one. Doggos do not give you supercomputers, and the only drop site I found had one. So that's what we'll be doing probably next week. Yeah, we need supercomputers before we can unlock nuclear, so those two are on hold. This one, I reckon I could do this one now. Let's go see how many radio control units I have downstairs. 3,000 wire. Well, I can pick up more wire just there. So let's pick that. 13 minutes. Okay, that's a bit of a wait. I don't have any. Oh, this means that doggos do not give you radio controlled units. Because this is basically my doggo deliveries. So I have plenty of turbo motors. I do not need to keep aluminium casings any longer. See, I've got lots of fused frames. I have no radio controlled units. Of all the doggos I've raided. You guys got radio control units? Let's see if they give me 50 right now. Come on, give me 50 radio control units. Not copper sheets. A nuke, Sue. Sue is usually the violent one. Good on you, Sue. Look, I'm just going to trash this stuff. Not radio control units. Like, I know there's some drop sites. I know there's some drop sites that do have radio control units. Who is that drowning in the middle there? Hey, you okay? Hello? Are you okay? Scratch. Right, Scratch. You shouldn't, like, just lie still under the water like that. That's concerning me. I'm missing a few. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's the other one? There could be at least 6. I thought there were 7. Maybe Scratch is trying to find someone. Until this point, I have not lost any doggos in this water pool. Ah, interesting. Okay, we do have plenty of time till the ad break, so maybe I will just wait out this 13 minutes, but as I said, I don't have any radio control units. I mean, I can handcraft them. Odd that I don't have any at all. I probably should have taken a closer look at those drops pod sites. You know, maybe I should actually do what I said before and actually unlock as many hard drives as I can. I can make them now. Oh look, I can actually make supercomputers. So I could actually make up 50 of those by hand, or just whip up a manufacturer. I need high-speed connectors though. You know, I don't need to unlock everything tonight. But I do have Mark 5 builds. Okay. So I think the other stuff is not essential, especially for the next few projects. This was advanced aluminium. Yeah, this is not essential. Okay. I mean, we could do that tonight. Actually, that's easy. That's actually quite easy. Let's do that tonight at least. We've got another 8 minutes to wait. 3 doggos there, 2 doggos there. Where's the others? Just trying to think of any crash sites I haven't pillaged nearby that might have bits and pieces. Because like sometimes I don't pick up the stuff if I don't need it at the time, especially if there's still hostile in the area. Like there's one here. Heavy frames, wire, crystal. Nah, there's nothing else there. There was a drop pod up there. Oh, these are all busy ones. Hello, sir. Do you have any radio controlled units? Rotors, screws, copper sheets, wire. Nope. Let's clean up this. There was one over there. Pretty sure I cleaned that out though. This area here was quite spicy. Cable. 3 bloody sulfur hogs. I wonder if I can get that stinger to come play with the hogs. Ow! Hello, Mr. Stinger. You're gonna jump off the cliff if I taunt you here. Whoops. That doesn't look like it has power. Cable. Looks like I picked that one pretty much clean. This is going to be a long hike. Let me go over this way. It's gonna respawn, it's gonna respawn. Whee! Now we have the dreaded pink forest. That's a nuclear hog. Turbo motors. Frames. So the turbo motors are a bonus. I think that might be heat sinks there, or it might just be part of the machinery. I'm not seeing any radio controlled units though. Wrong ammo. overshot. Oh no, I did get it. Nice. Okay, let's head home. I will do some exploring on my own time. Never did end up using that quartz there. Can say, where's that drop pod? Two and 3 minutes away. Ah, too quick. Just a few coupons. Kind of just idling here, waiting for this drop pod to return. Where is my missing doggo? I wonder if he's under here. I might have to rescue him with the map editor. Halfway to the golden nut. Yes, well I do. I also have. Do I have some in here? 1993. I thought I had more than that. So yes. Not that I'm trying to get the golden nut, but you know, given that I've only just hit phase 4, that's doing pretty well. You know, I could have been spending this time handcrafting those radio-controlled units. Because that's exciting. Yeah, my little computer factory, my Silicon Valley set of factories, I'm going to be building high-speed connectors there and server supercomputers, and at this stage I might be building radio-controlled units there as well, because I have crystal oscillators and computers there. All I need is to get a train to deliver some casings, and I've got everything for radio-control units as well. So that might be a goer. I don't know where I'm going to build it though, because I'm running out of room in amongst the Titan trees, although I don't know how big. I don't know if I'd make a factory for this to deliver to other factories, or whether I just make it enough to make parts for like building things that need it. Maybe I'll just do a basic output. Halfway in terms of tickets, nowhere near halfway in terms of sync points. Yes, yes, it is quite exponential. Oh, I hear the drop pod coming back. I want to finish this stack off. There we go. Huh. I need another filter. I must have sucked in some poison somewhere. Hit that button. Pop.
Milestone reached. The hazmat suit protects the wearer from radiation by consuming iodine-infused filters. You may find this protection essential if you are going to finally get around to saving humanity. I previously gave you compliments in an attempt to inspire you, but it might have given you the wrong idea. I will definitely be totally honest with you from this moment on. Here is a
Totally
demonstration
honest,
of a
right.
truthful compliment. That suit looks like it was made for you. Because it was.
Right, okay. Well, there you go. We have started phase 4 and we have finished unlocking tier 7 entirely in the same session. Tier 8, yeah, there's some extra requirements there. That'll take us a little longer. Not too much longer though. A couple of weeks and then we can get cracking on those, but we need turbo motors. We need supercomputers is probably our biggest hurdle here. At least for unlocking. Production-wise, there's other things we need to do. But tier 7, done. Tier 8, I'll probably go with this one next. And as I said, we can just handcraft some of these. So that should be easy enough to unlock. Other than that, there's the nuclear power, but there's no point unlocking nuclear power until I've got particle enrichment, because I'm not going to shove waste in a pot. Actually, I do really want this. I really want the Mark III miners. That's a lot of supercomputers, so we'll wait until we automate it. That's quick because it was just a equipment unlock. Okay, so the hazmat suit that is made for me that hasn't actually been made yet. I have all the materials for it. That's handy. And filters. Oh, look. So all we need is quick wire and aluminium casings, of which I have neither at the place that we're making the gas filters, of course. So we're not automating those anytime soon. But I will make a bunch now, just so I have protection. Or unlock jump pads. Yes, I've never unlocked the jump pads. I mean, it's a crying shame I haven't even made some hypertubes yet. I've barely used them. I think I have the one hypertube there to go to the top, and that's pretty much the only time I've used it. And I'm the guy with the hypertube videos. But I might actually this tier do a hypertube network, because it would be much quicker to get out to the aluminium factory by hypertube than train. Okay. Trains are perfectly safe. Right. Okay, so we have ion filters, we have gas filters. And now we have an ugly suit. Which means we are now protected from radiation. Hurrah! Okay. Cool. Well, I am going to wrap it up there. We got plenty of time to sign off before the ads. So what did we do this evening? So we made an aluminium ingot silo blueprint factory. We made it using 3 different blueprints. So the bottom floor of the factory makes aluminium coke, or just coke really, but I call it aluminium coke because it's the coke for the aluminium factory. This is also the input and output for the whole factory. So down the bottom here we bring in oil and we bring in bauxite. And the aluminium ingots come out of here, and this is a connector pipe for water. So the oil gets made into heavy oil residue. We have polymer resin, which is a waste product, and that gets sent to the top. Over here we have our petroleum coke, which comes out of here and connects to the next blueprint up. Now I made a second blueprint maker aligned at the top to help me line up these 3 blueprints. So the second one is sort of the crux of it, which is the aluminium scrap. And this is the one that is usually what causes people problems because of the water recycling. But with this particular design, no water recycling problems at all. So we have our bauxite comes up here. and enters here with our water, which makes 360 alumina solution. So this is overclocked 150%. Then these two refineries take half the solution each. They output 300 scrap each and 105 water each. So these two are the same. So the scrap separately goes up these two lifts to the next floor up. The water recycles along this path into here, whereas the extra water needed comes up this priority junction and feeds in from the top here. So this will always take the wastewater before it takes the incoming water, irrespective of valves or pumps or throughputs or anything like that. Then also this one here is the output of the ingots, which goes right down to the bottom. So this goes up to the top floor. You can see these connectors here that connect to the top floor. I'm not going to build a third blueprint maker. I just basically shuffle the blueprints up and down. The third one we made was the ingots. So this takes the scrap. So half the scrap comes in this side over here. Half the scrap comes in this side over there. And it feeds down into 5 smelters each. And then the ingots come out through the middle here, which is taken all the way down the bottom to the output. And we have slapped an awesome sink on top here. This is what takes the polymer resin and sinks it. Now, the reason we chuck the sink up here is because architecturally this will make kind of a feature at the top of the building. Obviously this is very bare bones at the moment, but next session I'll be looking at making it look more like an actual factory and a bit prettier and a bit less floaty. So that will be the next session, but at the moment we are producing aluminium. We've also made a basic factory making aluminium sheets and alclad aluminum sheets, and also the aluminum casings. So we are full speed ahead into phase 4, and we have finished unlocking tier 7. And then we have a bunch more factories to make in the future, because that's the name of the game. So thank you. Let me put my hover pack on there. Thank you very much for watching. My name's Dortimer. I'll be streaming probably tomorrow night, continuing this build. So if you enjoyed it tonight, please drop me a follow. And I usually stream this time, Fridays and Saturdays. And if I don't see you, or even if I do see you, I hope you all have a great weekend. I will now save the game, which is always a good idea. Done. Okay, let me go to the outro screen and we can bid adieu from there. I will quit the game here so I can take my headset off and switch to a browser on my desktop. Oh. Okay, YouTube people, I will bid you farewell for now. I will hopefully see you later on. Have a good weekend.